Today we're going to start this off in the Airbus H160. We've flown this chopper before. I think a lot of us really enjoy this helicopter. We are taking off from ICAO code somewhere out there. FMNA, Foxtrot Mike November Alpha, Arrachart in Madagascar. We're going to be doing some alligator hunting on today's free flight. We're also going to be going over some tips and tricks with the H160 and discuss a little bit about the progress our Search and Rescue Airline has made, since that's what this channel is all about. We are going to get started with our flight. We hope to see you here. We are on the West USA server, and we are about to get into our Hype Performance Group, H160. This is an absolute pleasure to fly. Once you have the key bindings set up with this aircraft, the functionality of it is top-notch. There's even a little iPad in the cockpit where you can start missions. I don't know if it's fully functional yet. I have tried it at Reunion Island, and there were a few glitches in the system back then, but it's been a while since we've done this, so I think what we're going to do is follow that crew and get right into this. So here in the cockpit, we are cold and dark status. I've got the Headless Horseman at the controls, and my girl over here, she's going to be helping us out today. So what we've got right here is a full panel, and I am just going to go with the quick and dirty control eye. Psych! What do we say? We get up into the panel, and let's take a look at this. We're going to make sure that all of our settings are basically reset, across the board, and we're going to turn all of those bad boys on. We're going to go into an idle configuration. We're going to put those normal right there. I didn't even touch the crank yet, but we're speeding up the rotors right there already. I like it. I like it. You always want to make sure that you come down here into these controls with the backup Autopilot 1 and Autopilot 2 to disengage those. If you don't, your aircraft will be very difficult to control. That is basically some assistance built into the helicopter to keep stable flight a priority. Now you can see that this aircraft is loading in with very little fuel. This is doing this on a pretty consistent basis at this point. But you should be able to come into this and configure the weight by going under the value, right-clicking on the inner button, and once you do that, you can scroll through the fuel, and you can begin loading in a little bit more gas there to keep us in the air for a while. Another way that you can do this, as I turn the brightness and luminosity down on some of these menus here, we'll bring an NAVD map right there on our way over to our fold-out iPad. We can get into the functionality of the aircraft with all of the setup. You can see how this is pretty well laid out for me. The only thing I've changed is the center displace reset time right here. I've changed that to the 250 millisecond. Everything else is stock out of the box. I haven't changed anything. I haven't imported any of my equipment. It's just raw, dirty, good stuff. So in this menu, again, you can choose how much gas you have in your aircraft all the way up to a full configuration. You can choose if you want Hypes or Asobo's pilots and co-pilots in your aircraft. You can also pick and choose where you want your passengers. Pretty great. You can open up the doors from inside the aircraft as well. All of the panels do work. This aircraft is an absolute pleasure to fly. Up and above and beyond that, you can come directly into this and make sure that your aircraft is in a flight-ready condition by doing all of the maintenance with a single button click. You can also get into a map where we have a mission library. So apparently what we can do is go into the HPG mission transports, and these are passenger transports. So far, the only variant that we have are the civilian or luxury, so that's the mission set that we're going to get here. And it does give you options to do this. I've tried it in the past and have had some success, but again, quite a few glitches with that. Excited to see where this is going. I'm definitely keeping an eye on it. The one question I've received quite a bit about this specific aircraft is its ability to do a automatic takeoff and go around. Yep, you heard it right. This thing can actually perform an automatic takeoff. You can see here on my right panel, I've got the option for TO, and you have a selection between helipad or vertical. And the nomenclature is again depicted at the top center of this display as well, either blank, helipad takeoff, or vertical takeoff. We are going to attempt a helipad takeoff. Then what we need to do is make sure our SVS is set, and then we want to change the SCT until this has the HSI mode, where you see the H on the PAT in front of you. And then what we're going to do is set a decision altitude. So we're going to go ahead and set that around 200 off the ground. Something like that. We'll go with a decision height of approximately the same 200. Let's make that 100. That way it doesn't need to go up as far. And then what we're going to want to do is make sure that we come up to the overhead panel and select this NR high. We're also going to put that into a flight ready condition while we're here. And we should be lifting off here pretty soon. We're going to do the NHR high on. And we are pretty well ready to do this. It does say helipad takeoff. We can come into the autopilot by clicking on the time banner in our fold-out iPad, and that's going to bring up this autopilot section. So now that we have all of this taken care of right here, we can check to see that we have our parking brakes on at the moment. And what I should be able to do is just gently lift the aircraft off the ground into a very low hover, and then the autopilot options will become available. You can see that I put my hands on the controls. The tabs of these menus start to gray in and out, and you're going to see the autopilot menu expand. And we're just going to go into a automatic hover first. And the aircraft itself has brought itself into a stable hover. You can see the height and hover are green. Helipad takeoff is there. I'm getting a little bit of an oscillation on this. I can even go right now to go around, and this aircraft, as my hands are off of the control, is going into a vertical speed of its own and taking off on its own. I can bring the landing gear up as we do this, and you can see now that it's kind of departing in a rearward. Wow, it's going backwards all on its own. My hands are completely off the controls at this point. This is a phenomenal feature for this aircraft, and it's probably the most capable helicopter that I think I've ever flown in 2024, base sim or otherwise. This thing is a pleasure to fly. As we get to that height, it starts to level off, and it's going to continue just a little bit further up as it deals with some air. Again, my hands are still off. This thing is controlling itself. Now, the original plans for this 160 were to make a search and rescue variant for 2020, but that never came to fruition. I believe at that time they became a little bit sidetracked, rightfully so, and started to work on the 2024 assets. So I believe that we have a search and rescue variant of this helicopter not too far off into the future, and I am all excited about that. You can see that we've got the vertical speed still in a blue configuration. If I take that off, it's just going to stabilize its hover. I can take the hover off, and now I have full control over the aircraft. I can hide this, and we can go for a little ride. Our landing gear are up. We shouldn't be, because we are in a hover, but here we are. We're in Madagascar, and we are taking a peek around the world to see if we can find a couple of alligators. You can see that I do have a flight plan in my EFB today. We're probably not going to follow it to a T, but we will definitely come close. This is an exploratory mission as we take a break from career mode, learn a little bit about the H160, take this nice aircraft for a ride somewhere I haven't been before. Maybe you haven't been there before, and maybe you want to join in. This is a live stream that'll be on for quite a while, hopefully. At least I'm going to play it till we either get a CTD or I just can't fly anymore. We're going to stay on, see how many people can join us here in Madagascar looking for some crocodiles. And at the same time, we're also going to discuss what the search and rescue career mode has brought into my reality over the last 24 hours. It has been a ride. The first thing I did is I wound up unlocking the medevac specialization. I think that this is going to be an extremely good idea because the profits from this are around the 35,000 per mission mark. Some of these are even more. You can earn up to 75,000 on one of these while you are still flying as a freelancer outside of your own airline. Really a decent profit margin. At the same time that's going on, you're earning a ridiculous amount of XP points. You can see here that this is 1.4 million XP points. We're still getting a lot of those negative marks from our aviator performance. You can see here, got a couple of radio communications missed with ATC. And I don't know what the difference is between a radio communication and a ATC transmission missed, but that seems to be just redundant information. I could be wrong. Either way, that is a really good way to earn money on the side while you're trying to get your search and rescue airline off the ground. Because if you don't know, it's not cheap. If you want to buy those new helicopters, you're talking over $2 million for one helicopter. And what I've done is I've actually expanded my specific airline to include more than one type of airline. I have a VIP service, I have cargo service, and now I also have search and rescue as well. I continue to do my search and rescue diet very vigilantly every day since I really wasn't given a choice. And I earned enough money, which became a little bit over 170,000 to get both the airline and all of the mission sets at least affordable. So you want to be able to have enough money to buy a helicopter and open up that specific airline simultaneously. If you don't have both of the options, not available. And I'm not going to do anything with those companies just yet. My mission right now, based off of my experience, is to earn as much money as I possibly can, as quickly as I can, and that is by far happening on the fixed wing side of Flight Simulator 2024, unfortunately. But the first time I went through this, if you don't know already, they brought me into a dead broke status of almost 1 million credits in the hole within 3 days because of insurance. I wasn't even in the simulator, but they were charging me insurance. Anyway, this is a bug. This is something that's in the forums. If you don't know about those Microsoft Flight Simulator forums, please go check those out. It's a way that we as a community can participate in helping Microsoft and the team work out these bugs and get this working. Now we're coming across a little bit of a river here. I might want to dive in and see if we could begin our search. I know that we're nowhere near the reserve just yet, but I'm very curious to see what kind of creatures we've got in an area like this. I am coming down super hard. Oh, wow. Okay, I should have crashed. That was great. This is how not to fly an H160. Become distracted. I don't see anything moving down here. But as I've been doing some of these free flights lately, if you've seen them, we've done one in Finland, we were up in Alaska. The one in Finland so far was probably my favorite because I wound up walking to the top of a great big ski jump in search of moose. And that was a pretty great mission that did wind up successful as well. We did come across a small herd of moose there. While doing some of the VIP missions, I came across some other animals in some pretty bizarre locations. We found a bear in the middle of our runway. Got a great thumbnail of that guy chilling out, waiting for us to take off. I really enjoy all of the feedback everyone's been giving the channel as far as their journeys and their suggestions. It's really helpful. It's great to see the community together. It is an absolute pleasure to be on this journey with you guys, and I appreciate you being here. We know we got a bunch of people who are having some problems. Avalock Emery's specifically, my heart goes out to you, my friend. It's been a heck of a journey. I mean, having to reinstall the sim at this point, I believe it's twice. Windows updates, drivers updates, conflicts left and right. It has been a hassle. Hopefully I'm providing a little bit of inspiration for you to keep trucking through. And good on you for taking it that far. A lot of people may have just given up already and said, you know what? Maybe later after they fix it. So kudos to you, my man. Kudos to everybody fighting through it. Because I believe it's worth it. I'm having a good time doing it. On a 2080 Ti graphics card. If you don't know what the specs are of the channel, we do have them in the description, or you can also see them right here every once in a while. It's a 16-core, 32-thread Ryzen Threadripper 2950X, 128 gigs of DDR4 RAM, and a 2080 Ti graphics card. And we are only on a Wi-Fi network with pretty significant speeds, but every once in a while, when the simulator starts to cache in a new area that is urban and full of a lot of detailed buildings, if those settings are still on ultra or even high sometimes, we'll get a lot of stuttering. There's quite a few aircraft, especially on the fixed wing sides, that are having major glitches when they are longer missions. Some of these medevac missions can last up to 6.5 hours, which is a little bit nuts, but since we know about the sim rate increase and sim rate decrease, if we use those sparingly, those have some phenomenal profits to them. And occasionally, this has happened to me at least once so far, during those medevac missions that you think are going to be 6.5 hours, you will get diverted because of an emergency happening in the back of your airplane. Your crew will come over the comms and say that the patient's condition is deteriorating and we need to divert, and you are literally told you need to go to a different airport, file it into your computer, get there safely, and the mission didn't even take 45 minutes. So don't take that 6.5 hours as 6.5 hours. So of course there's the possibility that it could take that long, but I have yet to see one of those longer missions like that actually last that long, especially with sim rate increase. But you do need to be careful with how you use it, especially when missions are getting interrupted. It's not like you can just walk away while this thing's on autopilot. You can to a degree, but maybe push the volume up while you're still in the house so you can hear what's going on with ATC. I don't know. It's kind of like just playing the game, quote unquote. Not a lot of alligators going to be found in the fields, but we are on our way to a spot that has, believe it or not, Nile alligators in Madagascar. So since Microsoft Flight Simulator and the team launched, they've been talking about the diversity of animals and how they're tracking their migratory habits in real time. So while we're doing these free flights out here talking about how our search and rescue airlines are going, I think it's also kind of interesting to maybe put their claims to test. Let's see what we can find. That's the one good thing about doing these sort of free flights. It's a longer format. You have plenty of time to join in. I haven't started scheduling these in advance just yet. So it's kind of like a pop-up surprise every time we do it. But it's always fun when you get to join in. Ace and I have had several flights together that are quite enjoyable. Several other people have joined in too. It's a really good time. It's great to see you guys flying with me. Bring your own aircraft. I don't have any rentals available at the moment, but you can bring whatever you want. We've even had some flybys by what looked like to be F-18s that literally just skimmed right across the cockpit of the H125 we were in that day. Seeing a little bit of water down here. That ground effect wants to pull you in real good. Tell you what, the heat coming off the ground down here is playing a little bit of a role. I think staying along the treetop level here could get a little interesting. I do have the camera controls set up. So if we do find a spot to land near a croc, we're going to be able to get out, walk up to him, and snap a photograph. I've got a pretty good library going so far. I'm also a little too high off the ground, I think, to be able to spot some of those in this river. And there's also a pretty good chance I'm not going to spot any at all. But this H160 also comes with this beautiful glass cockpit that provides everything a pilot could need. Fully functioning autopilot. We're still seeing some glitches with the passengers not having bodies, only like the hair floating in the air and all kinds of good stuff on that end, but we're getting a little, a little ahead of ourselves. We're still pretty early in this process. 2024 hasn't really been out all that long yet. Looks like we just got a bunch of rocks down here, rocking and rolling. Some of the marine traffic is also extremely impressive. We've come across quite a few schooners in the process. And once again, with all of the medevac missions that I'm doing too, I will get an idea of what that mission is and what aircraft that mission will be flown in, whether it's a Grand Caravan or whatever it may be. I always go into a free flight mode and reconfigure my key bindings for that specific aircraft before I even get into that mission. That bug still seems to be, how would you word that? Sticky? It's a sticky bug. It's a sticky and stinky bug. I absolutely can't stand going in and out of those presets all the time. You can duplicate them, and that helps kind of speed up the process. But man, does it take forever. A lot of the times I'm finding that the fixed wing will also have conflicts within their rudder controls. So anytime you're trying to do this with your rudder pedals, you're going to find a little bit of a stutter, and that's because it may be mapped on another button. And even though you aren't touching that input while using your rudder pedals, I think the system is sort of looking for that input somewhere else, so it is causing that little stutter. So to make sure that that goes away, the only way I've been able to do it is to make sure that there is only one action assigned to a specific button in a specific camera. So like I'm in the exterior view right now, external view mode. So the key bindings that I have for this are specific to the external view mode. Whereas when you're in your cockpit, you can kind of use some of these buttons that you may have had mapped outside in both places without any conflict, as long as they're not aircraft control systems like rudder, pitch, yaw, elevator collective, cyclic, or any of those control surfaces. But you will find that there are multiples. I've even found on my Thrustmaster T16000M, it has given me a default throttle on the cyclic control. There is a slider basically just behind the stick on the base of the controller that they map the collective control to. And sometimes even in fixed wings they will map the throttle control to that button. So if I accidentally just use my cyclic and push that with my wrist or whatever, it will automatically start to speed that aircraft up. That's happened several times on taxiways. It was unexplainable until I found out just how many conflicts are being by default generated within our key bindings. I got something in the water right here. I don't know what that is. I think we might just have logs. If we found one this early, guys, that can't be. These have to be just logs. I would have to say they are. But I do enjoy the detail. Let's see if we can put our landing gear down right here. I got plenty of room to take a walk on this beach real quick. We're in the middle of Madagascar. Wonder what happens if we get out and take a walk. I'll try to get a little closer on this, but you can even see kind of the fantastic job that they are doing on these graphics. Let's see if I can't bring this down on the land and get a load of the spring action that we're seeing on these landing gear as I bring it down. That front landing gear even kind of noses in. If I just push forward on the stick a little bit, even while it's grounded, it does have air brakes. And even though I don't have my hands on the controls right now, it wants to lift that nose up just because of how much power is naturally in this helicopter. She's a pretty bird. Let's see what we got out here, boys. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. I mean, even the rocks in the water. How can you go wrong with it? Interesting new biome. I haven't been anywhere like this prior and actually got out and walked around. Extremely interesting, though. The way that we're talking about these shorelines and the water kind of finding a shoreline on a slope is, wow, they've come a long way. Very, very cool. Again, we're just going to lift that H160 right back up off the ground, throw those landing gear into the belly. They've even got a nice animation on the fold out landing lights. Super, super stable to fly. Highly recommend putting gas in it no matter when you take off. She loads in with almost nothing every single time. That's the only real major issue I've seen, except for going in and out of the menu systems. So if I were to try to adjust the weather of my sim right now, I would come back into a flight model of just an oscillation that you cannot get out of. What also happens is the simulator will throw the helicopter into autopilot by itself. And even once the autopilot is disengaged, there's no real chance to stop the oscillation, even if you can make it back down to the ground, which is extremely difficult. The best way out of it is honestly just to either restart the mission or restart the mission. I don't think there's a lot going on as far as hospitals go in the middle of Madagascar, but what you can see on this map is if I back out, there is probably going to be very little to do in this helicopter as far as missions go at an area like this. But when you're in a spot like Los Angeles and you do a patient transfer, even like Frankfurt, any of those urban areas, you're going to wind up seeing quite a bit to do on a regular basis. And it either works or it doesn't. I haven't really seen too many of the sim objects that used to come with the 160 in there. I'm not sure if this is a community folder issue that I need to correct or what it may be. But fun nonetheless to know that this is a free flight option for some sort of mission. Again, since we're in the, a civilian variant of this, the option isn't search and rescue. But it's still a little something you can do in free flight without having to worry about earning credits. Tanner, you're waiting for more patches. Well, the good thing is, I think the thing that needs to be fixed most with helicopters is honestly just career mode. Everything else with the choppers, for me, seems to be going extremely smoothly, except for career mode, and that seems to be the case for everybody using 2024. Yeah, there's a few things wrong, like we can't manually operate the hoist, but I have a feeling that that's something that may have been removed intentionally, or at least temporarily until things are worked out. Like you said, more patches. But that's kind of minimal. The biggest thing with these aircraft, both fixed wing and rotor, is key bindings and making sure that those conflicts don't exist and you're using your sensitivity controls to get that smooth movement out of the helicopters. There's no fighting from one control input to the next. Once that issue is figured out, the rest of it's basically butter. I haven't really had too many issues with the aircraft themselves. Everyone thought up front that, even myself, that the H125 should have been a trimmable aircraft. And even while doing it, I was saying and feeling that the aircraft was trimming. And I think that was, again, just something on the back end. That was like a bug, again. But the variant of the H125 that they have in Sim does not have an SAS autopilot system on it, or trim system, I should say. Excuse me. So the option of trim in that aircraft isn't even a thing. I'm addicted to career mode, Tanner. I honestly, I don't think I spend more than maybe 6 hours a day outside of the simulator. Unless I'm working. I haven't tried VR yet, bro, and it is killing me that I haven't. But I'm only working on a 2080 Ti graphics card, and I have a feeling that that might be a pretty raw experience. I am way off of that flight path again, just cruising around in my H160. Trying to find some rivers and some gators. The immersion that you would get, though, in the VR, I think it would be everything. I don't think I would fly as much from outside as I do now. And again, I mean, while streaming, it's more of a cinematic than sitting here inside of a cockpit and even moving the camera around. It's just not the same. But having that free look ability to just, peek out and see what you're doing, I think it would be even easier to do some of the hoist missions that we're given instead of having to be in this exterior view. Got something else in the field down here. Not sure what this is. Is this where the deer and antelope play? It doesn't look like an animal at all. It's not moving. There's got to be some wildlife running around out here, though, even if it's not a gator. I did see another little tributary of water up here, too. Take a slow pass down that. Let's see if we're going in the right direction-ish. Kind of take a loop around. The variety in career mode is actually quite enjoyable, too. And frustrating at the same time. Because there are so few options on the rotorcraft side of things, you don't get the ability to really earn that big dollar like you do with fixed wing. It seems like the quickest way to earn money for that airline aircraft purchase is through the way of fixed wing aircraft. Let's see if we can't set her down in here too. Always nice to put a little stovepipe landing into your daily routine. Maybe we got some anacondas in here. Not too far away from that river either. The biggest thing with the search and rescue so far has honestly been a glitch in the matrix as far as the quantity of missions. I've been restricted to a 3-mission-a-day diet, and they are the same 3 missions daily, no matter what I do. And then all of a sudden, there was just a plethora of missions. What? I just crashed. Excuse me? Up, according to whom? What? Why is it crashing, man? Let's see if I put this right here into a... Let's come over here. Let's try to shut this into an idle. Come on. There we go. You can do it. Take some of the lift off the chopper so we can stay on that. There we go. That's much better. Yeah, I forgot where I was with that. Okay. Career mode. Fixed wing. Those hoist missions, I haven't really done anything as far as cargo transport with like the Chinook in the freelancer mode just yet. I don't know what those are earning. But when you're earning money as the medevac, that is bringing in a really good profit, and so is the VIP transport side of things. I think I'm just 2 missions away from getting the VIP charter service, which I've heard is also very, very profitable. Longer haul missions, but okay. I can sit there and earn 6 figures in a single mission as compared to 5,000-6,000 doing search and rescue. So while doing that, you know, we see all of these missions just pop up in the Alps and stuff like that. You just see 30 or 40 of these things all of a sudden, and it's like, holy cow, there's so many. And then you click away from it. And this literally happened on a live stream where they were all there. We looked somewhere else. We came back, and they were just gone. So all of those missions were just like a fluke. Now, earlier today, I came back in, and we all know that one search and rescue mission in Canada. Geehi, I think it is. Or maybe that's Australia. Either one. The one that's up in Canada. That wasn't in the same location today as it was yesterday. That's the only thing that changed about that one. The one down in Australia was in the same spot. We were still getting the one in the New York Harbor with the water rescue. That hadn't changed at all. And then that's like once you do those small set of 3 missions, you're done for the day as far as search and rescue goes, and you're on to just earning money any other way you can. I'm taking a long haul stroll through here, man. Where's the gators at? Probably not this deep in the woods. And I like the fact that you could just, no matter how far away from your aircraft doing these, you could just hit your return to aircraft button and bang, you're in. You know, you don't have to sit there and walk all the way back. Dude, we're alpha testers, Tanner. I don't know if you knew that or not. We're alpha testers. That's what it is. But I'm in. Oh, we're gonna nose back as soon as we put that. I forgot about. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's get out of here. What do you say? It would be nice if we got paid as alpha testers, because we are certainly putting in some time and putting in the feedback. Are you a part of the forums, voting on all of these bugs that we're submitting? Coming down hard. Whoa. Get control of your bird, bro. What are you doing, bird brain? Having fun. It's good times. So, let's see here. Let's pull the 180 here. Not yet. Yeah, definitely go over there, because right now the votes are almost like 98% towards fixed wing bugs. Rotorcraft and everything else are once again just taking a back seat because we're not the bread and butter of Microsoft. So that's one of the reasons this channel exists as well, is to help this community out and get their bugs pushed a little bit closer to the front a little sooner. Because this is redonkulous. On some occasions, you know, they said 3 million missions were going to be generated, and to only get 3 repetitive missions every day for like a week. Yeah, it's a little stupid. Good practice at the same time, though. A lot of great stuff. A lot of great screenshots. Man, I had one mission where I was doing a medevac transfer. Oh, no, it was a VIP. And the passenger was upside down, hanging out of the bottom of the aircraft. And as I'm taking off, this person's head was just getting buried under the ground. They stayed there for the entire flight. Upside down, out of the aircraft, and the only thing that was inside of the airframe was like their legs. From the shoulders to the top of their head, that was all just underground. It was amazing. Little stuff like that's fun along the way. You know, you get your flight mechanic acting like a tank commander, sticking his head through the fuselage. They have fixed that bug, by the way. If you didn't know, now you know. They are no longer sticking their head out of the aircraft after rescuing a survivor over water. However, I did come across one today where the swimmer was being lowered down to the raft, and their person turned into like a paper mache model of the rescue swimmer. It was just a flat, it looked like paper mache. Pretty funny. Those little bugs are fun along the way. I don't know, there's a pretty good amount of water. But these aren't necessarily the caves. I want to say the caves are over there where I have custom 7 marked or 6. One of those two. Do you know? I don't think she knows anything. You can also change this display to a D map. And what that should do is anytime you have a mission in your fold out iPad, that will show you that magenta line and give you the information there as far as your flight plan goes. Super helpful. It's a super fun aircraft to fly. I love the functionality of it and the fact that most of it is actually working. And it flies so good. I do think I need to change the sensitivity of my cyclic just to have a little bit more of a dead space when I am hands-free from the controller and make that very first input to make a maneuver left, right, forward, or back. Because with this T16000M, the dead space on this controller is actually a little weird. It actually feels a little bit like a button press when you just barely push it left, right, up, or down. And that will affect the input of the helicopter with just the tap of a finger. And I don't want it to be that sensitive. Very cool area, the landscape here with all of these trees. Wonder if we got monkeys in here. Anyone come across monkeys yet? I don't even know if those are modeled. They gave us a number of species that they had, but I didn't remember how many. Hopefully there's more to come. I mean, with this sandbox, they can play all day. Especially with the amount of partners that they have right now. And I don't know if you've heard or not, but everybody that has the sim so far will be getting 4 free aircraft from Microsoft. The report is that Jorg was very apologetic for the condition of the launch, so the next 4 aircraft that come out will be like bonuses. But of course, they're all fixed wings. Looks like more rocks on the top of the mountains here. I do have my settings down a little bit right now just because, you know, I am streaming and I want to save some of that bandwidth and good stuff for the output. So, yeah. Still doesn't look that bad. Never flown out here before. Where is your base of operations, Tanner? Like, where have you put your airline at initially? Because I think no matter where we're going on the planet with that, we're all getting the same mission sets. Because the hotspots don't change unless you're changing the season that you're running in. There's also a pretty good sized lake directly out there too that might be an interesting little spot to peruse. You're level 32, taking your time, still getting your certs. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. I'm getting certs on both sides of things too. Eventually I'd like to be able to fly that beluga around and do some super heavy lifting because the profit margin on that career path has got to be really good. And again, that tree for this fixed wing is just so much bigger than it is on rotorcraft. So I'm going to take advantage of it and hopefully it's the right path to be taken. I think it is. The copters is pretty challenging. Spend some time in the aircraft in free flight, getting all of your settings right prior to going into that mode. Get familiar with the aircraft before you're doing any of your check runs in a free flight mode, and use that free flight as like a practice session. Really good way to go about it. And that's also where I do all of my key bindings too. I don't do any key bindings outside of free flight mode when I'm outside of the planet too, right? Like, so I haven't loaded into an airport or anywhere, anything like that. I want to make sure that I'm in that main menu and then go to settings. That seems to be the way to get it to stick more so than any other way. Oh, I think I'm going for a drink. Nope. Oh, this thing, it does like to sink when you get a little close to the ground. That buffer just, that ground effect is taken very seriously. Some other funny stuff about the H125 that really gets me too is, you know, all of the button mappings inside of that cockpit do say that it should have hoist manual capabilities in it. It says you can arm the floats, but there's no floats. There's just some things in it that are kind of telling me that they chose the wrong aircraft for that, and they should have put the Airbus H145 in its place. I think the H145 would have been a much better fit, especially since both aircraft were produced by Hype Performance Group. But I believe the H125 for Hype was a freeware, and the 145 was payware. So they didn't want to get up their baby because, you know, they want to make money off of that. And I get it. However, you know, they've just partnered with the world's largest, most popular flight simulator. And they're about to make some bank, so... yeah. Alright, Danner, we'll see you in a bit. Thanks for stopping in, man. Good to see you. Taking a peek around for some gators. Yeehaw. We are out in Madagascar. Rumor has it that there are Nile crocodiles in real life in Madagascar that have migrated there over the millennia. And since Microsoft says that they are tracking these animals, or certain kind of animals, migratory habits and everything, I figured we'd give them a little test. While we talk about the career mode, whether, you know, you're having success with it, what your bugs are, what your issues are. If you got any questions, chime right in. We're just going to enjoy the scenery of the planet in the process. I mean, come on. The mouse controls could definitely use some cleaning up. And, you know, the camera, for me at least, on the planet here isn't exactly smooth as butter. But I'm on a 2080 Ti. And I'm walking on the water like Jesus at this point. That run isn't really a run either. It's more like a gentle jog with nowhere to go. I wonder if you could do the sim rate increase and sim rate decrease while we were out here in walking mode. What's going on up here? I mean, the different kinds of grass. What a difference. There's no comparing 2020 to 24. Little cattails. Kinda. All of a sudden a gator comes up, just swims right next to us. I do know that the presence of the helicopter has been scaring animals away. So I'm not sure what the presence of a person walking on the water would do to an alligator. So far, I haven't come across any. Maybe they're on the same diet that we are, only 3 per day. Somebody else has been here before us. A little pool of piranhas comes up from underneath us. Mission ended. Finish him. Not really looking too good for some gators up in here. I think we need some more rivers than lakes. What do you think? Let's see if we can't go over here to 7 since we did completely miss that. That's more in the hills. Zippity doo dah. The 160. I would also really like them to make it an option for us to use our third-party aircraft in the career mode. And since I have the aviation aversion and I have the H225, which is also a hoist-capable aircraft, I would like to be given the opportunity to use that aircraft in career mode instead of just the 125. Or let me put the 145 in there, the 160, all of it. I mean, we should be able to use our assets in the simulator to their fullest potential. If that equipment comes with the hoist, why aren't we using it in the base sims hoist missions? Get a little overspeed on there. I tend to drive it pretty hard. This has also got some excellent night lighting. The cowling on the tail rotor has a nice neon light in it. I mean, not an IBEC, there's nothing. Very interesting. A lot of deadwood. Has anyone started the actual airline with search and rescue, though? That's my biggest question right now, and I want to know how they did it and how well they're doing with it and how they did it so quickly. Because, man, having to go through some stuff like this, right, where you go dead broke in 3 days, you got minus almost $1 million, like, oh, I had to start over. I'm sure if I didn't do the start over and I never went through that insurance thing and I chose my current path first, I could probably have already had that search and rescue airline up and running and, you know, I'd be there already. But, yeah, that's not how that wound up at all. Keep drifting off of my path. That's so funny. I just keep exploring different areas. Like, I see all of the different maps on the earth and, like, just want to check out more and more stuff. Oh, we got some animals down here. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put some landing gear down and I'm going to come up to the top of this hill right here so I don't scare them away. I have no idea what they are yet, but I did see a herd moving down there. We might have an ibex or two. I'm not sure what we're about to come across. I haven't seen deer. I got more animals. What? There they are, right down there. Let's, once we put this down, we're going to remember that we have to bring this into an idle configuration to make sure that she doesn't put that tail into the ground. Try to find a decent spot. We got a little bit of tall grass, but I'm pretty sure that since we're in the simulator here, we're going to be able to put that down nice and successfully. All right, we're going to engage that rotor back brake, come in, get rid of the EFB. And let's go ahead and take this into an idle configuration. Let's just go all the way off here. Let's scare them away. Come back out, make sure she's in a stable spot real quick. She wants to lean back, but I think we'll be okay. We're good. All right. What did we come across this time? Hop into our photography mode. We can use our zoom lens. Are these just sheep? They sure are. Sheep in the middle of Madagascar. Not sure if that's actually a thing or not. Okay. Okay. Sheep. I don't think I have any images of sheep just yet, though. Do I run down and take a little pic? I think we do. Let's try to frame something pretty up. Why not? Spend a little time on the planet outside of career mode, even though we love it so much. It certainly does get redundant when you're on a search and rescue diet. I wonder if you can come across like snakes and stuff in the deserts of Arizona. Is there a list available of what kind of animals they have? I should look into that a little bit more, huh? I would be curious to know. Fell in a little bit of a hole right there. Hey. Peekaboo. That is not what I'm taking a picture of, Home Slice. And something I've also noticed is that the photography mode of this is also very, very glitched. Sometimes the picture that you take is not the picture in the thumbnail. Like, it's just not the same. It's very, very interesting how this turns out sometimes. Not bad. Not bad. You can just get right back into the old chopper, come out of photographer's mode, hit that little re-entry button, and we're moving on. Sheep it is. Don't be so sheepish. Flight ready condition again. We're going to put that cyclic down, make sure our tail rotor doesn't strike as we bring the rotors back up. Moving on. Still in a helicopter, still getting stick time. Walking around, talking to people in the same boat that I am. It's good times. Thanks for coming along for the ride. It's good to see everybody back. Avalock Emery's, if you're out there, my man, hopefully we're going to be able to get you into one of these free flights soon. It's been a while. I know what you're going through, man. I feel for you. A lot of tips and tricks out there. The way I was able to get the smoothest running simulator was a DLSS hack that I came across. If you're not familiar, DLSS, deep learning, super scaling, extremely helpful when you go in and change one value of Microsoft's config file. And then you can start using your DLSS to its best ability. And the gentleman that came up with that is Airbus, man. I have links to his YouTube channel and the video in one of my videos, a live stream that I put up a while back. about the buttery smooth 2080 Ti graphics. I would definitely go check that out if you're having any issues with the stability of your sim or poor frame rates if you're running on a lower end graphics card. Very, very helpful. I can honestly say that it doesn't really feel like I'm getting punked anymore. It feels like my boy over here is like, we got you. We got you. Third party or not, we got you. Things are coming right along and the community's coming together. It's been fantastic. Check out another waterway. You know, where there's water, there's animals. I think I might see another herd down here. Probably either cows or more sheep. And I'm I'm anticipating all of the world updates that we're expecting to. I would love to see some more detail put into areas like Machu Picchu and some of just the historically amazing places on this planet. More sheep. Woo. Okay. Squirrely in there. Getting squirrely. There's all kinds of animals out here. But they're all sheep. Just taking a cruise. Why not? Might change it up a little bit and head to the Amazon because I would think that there would be more crocodiles there, or maybe even the Florida Everglades. I haven't seen any crocodiles here, that is for sure. I know it's not the most popular animal in Madagascar, but they do exist. A couple of other species of crocodiles besides the Nile are here. Let's find them if we can. I just barely let go of the controls and it kind of flops to one side, and that's like what I was talking about with that dead zone inside these controls for this aircraft. Brought Crocodile Dundee with me. Wrong country. He travels though, right? We're getting real close to just sitting in the water right now. just goes to show you just how stable of an aircraft this thing truly is once you get a good handle on it. Start paying attention to your controls. Looks like we just got a pile of rocks over here on the shore. Yep. Ain't nothing moving there. And I'm starting to get a little bit of a stutter on those graphics when I start to give the tail rotor some control this low to the ground. Frame rates aren't necessarily doing all that good this close, but from up above, there's some more rocks. You know, it's doing pretty good. I don't hate it. And when I'm not streaming, I can push those graphics where they need to be, and I'm not getting this stuttering. But that bandwidth share really does matter. Got another river down here. Feel free to join in. We are in Madagascar crocodile hunting right now. Bring your own aircraft. Admission is free. SAR Heli 241. It's the buy one, get one free special. Free flights and search and rescue. Helicopter style. When we're allowed to. I mean, you would think you'd see at least one crocodile in a river like that, right? Now, I mean, who knows? You can't see the animals generated from a pretty good altitude, but when we're looking for something as well, shaped like an alligator in an environment like this, that's probably going to be one of the more difficult animals to spot. And I think we should check out the Amazon. And again, this is a fully functioning autopilot aircraft, so I can come into this right now, and again, you're just going to click on that time banner on your iPad, and I can just go, let's go GTC. So what that's going to do is a ground speed. So now I'm basically just automatically hands-off, flying in that same configuration, nice and straight, without even touching the controls. I can bring this into an automatic hover, and it's going to nose up a little bit and start to slow the aircraft down all by itself. I can come into the menu and use a beep trim on the cyclic or collective. I can nose that up a little bit without even touching the controls, and I'm just using my mouse to get that done. I can do an alt hold while I'm doing that. So now she's just going to come to a nice stop. Or is she? She's coming down all the way. We'll take that off before we crash. She's making a liar out of me in real time. I love it. That was special. Is it just a rock on the road? What is that? Is there something sitting there? Like a boar? Nah, I think it's just a rock. It's just a rock. A lot of the same rocks are being regenerated all over the place in little clusters. Skimming the ground. Yep. She's Go ahead and cut some grass while we're here. The profitability, though, right? That's my main focus in career mode right now, is pure profitability, because I want to be able to be sitting on a huge chunk of cash before I actually initiate that service. And by utilizing that fixed wing and, you know, pulling in 35 for doing the medevac missions in like the caravan, I'm in for that. It's a lot better than 6,000 apiece, especially when you're only limited to 3 of them. But when you're on that fixed wing side of things, there's an unlimited amount of options almost. You know what I mean? There's so many of those missions available in every hotspot. The VIP transport missions are a little bit more slim. There's not as many of those, but those are almost as profitable. I've been having a good time with it. Flying some aircraft I wouldn't normally fly. Ignoring the air traffic controller quite a bit. They do have you doing some extremely bizarre things, like going from 22,000 down to 6,000 and then back up to 22,000 while you're approaching your final. Yeah. There's quite a few bugs yet to be worked out. That is no doubt. But when you just put your own common sense to it and be like, I don't think I should be going to 22,000 feet right now. If you ignore it and just continue on with your mission, and then when you get close to your final, kind of trigger it with an ATC call, or, you know, announcing your position, something along those lines, if you're even given the opportunity, that's the way to go about it. Now, this little thing right down here on my 2 o'clock almost looks like a cone of a volcano. It's got a nice little dome on top. Did fly over the Arrachart structure in one of our videos too, which is an extremely interesting location out in the middle of the Sahara Desert. It would be what I would consider to be the best spot to look for clues from Atlantis. Gigantic structure that is visible from space. Woo, overspeed, hello. That's one thing I don't like about flying from outside, is you could never track just how fast you're going, and man, is it hard to keep that thing from overspeeding. I do it a lot. If you have a suggestion of where you want to fly in, go ahead and chat me up. Let me know what ICAO code we should go for. Let's hunt for some alligators. I think I might just switch it up and go to the Amazon. Certainly no alligators where I'm looking right now. That is for sure. The landscape is certainly something to behold, and I'm not mad. Should put it right there in the hip. And then we're gonna shut her down. we're going to go over to Amazon. Feel free to join along. We'll take a break right here from this specific flight, give you guys some time to get into your simulators, pick that aircraft, and we'll join up. Greenland could be fun. Hunting polar bears. Ooh. Phil. I like it. I like it. That's a vast area too, so I wonder if there's going to be like a way to choose ice pack conditions and stuff like that within the seasons. Phil's voted. Phil gets it. We're going to go to the main menu right here. Shut her down. Let's go to Greenland. She is giving a little bit of a stutter. She's not happy about something. It's moving. It's moving. So I think if we go somewhere, we're going to want to change the flight conditions first. I mean, we're in December, so I mean, that could be okay. Let's put a few clouds up there. I think we'll take care of some temperature and stuff once we get in sim. Drop it down real cold and see if it changes anything. Is this kind of the spot you were thinking about there, Phil? The problem is I don't see like ice pack that you would normally see develop around areas like Alaska this time of year. Like that ice, wow, that ice really starts to encroach quite significantly, and that's one thing that isn't being represented. Yeah, they have the northern lights, but they haven't tracked ice pack yet. I think the northern version is going to be probably the best, right? The further north you go, closer to the pole. Is there a spot to even take off from around here, or is this going to have to be an aerial launch? There we go. See, that's another little issue with the H160, is that if you do aerial launch every once in a blue moon, that thing will come in just simply oscillating uncontrollably. We're going to want to put this during a daytime configuration, I think, so we can see what we're doing. Yeah, at least one airport, and that's great. Maybe one. Maybe. BGMI is going to be our next departure point. Thank you, Phil, for the suggestion. Give some people a little bit of time to come on in and maybe join us if they want to. Taking off from BGMI, bring your own bird. Get this party started. Are you in sim, Phil? This is, again, I want it to be one of those areas that I've never loaded into before, so that load time is gonna be there. I think the good thing about a spot like this, though, is also just how empty it is. The graphics should be obviously keeping up with it quite well. And I'm seeing on the map here that we have this like ghost image under the clouds towards the upper right-hand corner. I'm wondering if that is their version of Ice Pack. Well, even though I said daytime, excuse me, even though I said daytime, here we go at night. This happens quite a bit in sim as well. If you change the weather while you're in this aircraft airborne, hold on. Put your seatbelt on. Things are about to get real quick. All right, we're not getting a lot of daylight here at all. We are in the time of year where it's just dark. Okay, so let's try to okay, we got a little bit of light here. A little February action. That should be doable. Let's put the snow depth. See, it's not actually changing on the ground underneath this, though. I'm not sure if it catches up eventually, but let's put a little bit in there. Let's take that temperature down. Way down. How far down? Does it change the water at all? That's what I want to know. Minus 62. Yeah, okay. Probably not. Let's go to like minus 2. What a landscape. You didn't bring your jacket with you, did you? Yeah. I think you might have said that to me before, Phil. Sorry, I didn't remember that. There's quite a few people that are waiting, and I honestly can't blame you. There's quite a bit wrong with it still. Lots to be worked out. A fun adventure in the meantime, but wow, it gets frustrating quick, man. And I get the comments that say I'm more patient than people, and yeah, I suppose maybe it comes across that way. But yeah, it's frustrating. And I'm curious if these polar bears are going to be more inland or exactly where on the planet. Oh, see, I didn't do it. I didn't take my own advice, guys. Here's the problem. This aircraft loads in empty every single time. So if I go into the weights, you can see total fuel is set to 0. Yep, good thing I didn't take the landing gear off, and we'll just go ahead and bring our cursor down in here, and we're going to load in some fuel. Duh. If you want to go anywhere, pack fuel. Brightness on these is also a little bit extravagant. We'll bring up a nav map. You can also just turn those off if you don't want them. I don't think our co-pilot's going to need those, are you? Probably not. You can even change the brightness of your fold-out. Doesn't really change too much on the way of darker, unless you're at a different time of day. Let's see if we can't go through another one of our hover takeoffs. And I actually believe that there is a flight performance rule with these hover takeoffs about the amount of fuel you have. So if you go to crew and payload and your fuel is below 44%, I think it might actually be 50% for the cutoff on this, it won't work. So what I'm going to do is make sure that my parking brake is engaged. I'm going to choose a takeoff of helipad. I'm going to bring the SVS up, do the SCT until I see the H on the ground in front of me. I'm going to bring up my autopilot, wait for that to engage, and then go to my overhead panel and choose the NR high button. Move that camera a little closer. This guy right here, NR high, we turn that on. And now what we can do is come back into the driver's seat here and wait for this EFB to change. I got a lot of people on board this aircraft right now. Neelis DeWitt, I love the free flights. Had no issues there so far. Career, on the other hand, damn. Let's hope they bring more bug fixes, especially for random engine shutdown and penalties for going on a taxiway. Oh, man. The ATC infractions are probably one of the most frustrating things that there are right now, because they don't even give you the options in a lot of the cases to run through the menu with ATC like you should be able to. And I don't want to have to go half a mile down a runway just to turn around and take off in the direction over the hold short that I was just at in a helicopter, because I can just lift off. Absolutely ridiculous. I digress. So now that I've got all of my hover configurations set up right here, we're on helipad where everything is good. I want to put a decision altitude in here. Make sure that we're at least 200 feet off the ground for that. Something like this. And we'll put a decision height in there again, and we'll push this up to 100. Now I got 280 on the decision altitude and 100 on the decision height. So now if I bring this up into just a hover by raising my collective a little bit, you'll see the autopilot engage, and I'm just going to click hover. And this is automatically taking control of the aircraft, and I am hands-free. I can put the gear up, and she's going to come in a rearward. That's been a hard word for me today. As soon as I hit the go around. So if I hit the go around, and it didn't engage it. There we go. So now she's going to come up, and she's going to go into a forward flight configuration. All by herself. And at any point you want to regain control from it, all you really need to do is go back into your cockpit and disengage autopilot. So if we come in and take the heading and go around off, you see the vertical speed come back on, indicated airspeed, shut all those down, and you're back in control. Let's put some gas back in this to make sure that we don't have that issue anymore. Let's go find us some polar bears. Maybe. In the wild white yonder, there's just a whole bunch of white going on out here. Again, overspeeding the aircraft, just trying to get that oscillation out of it. Turn that landing light off. I don't think we need that. Probably come up a little bit more. We might be able to see polar bear from a little distance. I don't know. White on white might be a little bit of an interesting search. But again, maybe we're just practicing our search and rescue routines, because sometimes finding those survivors out there in the woods gets a little interesting. Finding the ones in the water, though, pretty easy. As long as you stick to that orbit in the middle of that search area, they pop up pretty good every single time. I did one of those in 27 knot winds. That turned out to be a really good time. And I found that if you have the patience while you're doing those water rescues and you hoist your flight mech down into the water, and you just maintain that hover at, I think it was the 30-foot mark, as long as you maintain that altitude long enough, it will actually pretend to swim that flight mech over to the survivor, and then the hoist begins just automatically, and again, that's timer based. Yeah, I think I'm going to follow the shore here most of the way and stay pretty low. Great suggestion, Phil. Yes, they do hunt seals. And even though this is such a blank terrain, you can see the little glitch in the graphics as it caches in that data. Even though I have my pre-cache set to ultra, every once in a while it just takes a gigantic chunk. I do see something on the shoreline over here. It may just be a building. But if we found one already, bro, it's looking mighty dark to be a polar bear. It looks like just a little brush. I don't know. It looks pretty good to me. Even though it is just a pretty plain landscape, that's a pretty incredible scene right here. This way we can take a little closer look at the inland and the shoreline at the same time. Definitely no marine traffic out here. I'm not sure if they've done anything with like Coast Guard ice-breaking cutters or anything like that, but again, maybe we can make those suggestions. I'm also looking pretty far out into the distance as well for any anomalies that I'm catching there. I'm pretty sure it would be easier for me to see that than it is for you guys on the stream. Not really sure what I'm looking for just yet other than something moving or a blob. If I get too low, we get a little bit of an oscillation off that weather. Even though the wind's not too bad, that ground effect for some reason kicks in a little bit. You can see it take a little hop and a skip. Let's go inland a little bit right here where we see this ridge line just for a second, and we'll come back out to the shore. There's quite a bit happening there as far as little things popping up. Nothing moving just yet, though. With this speed again. What? Come on. Come on, get your bird. I'm so used to the maneuverability of the 125. When I sit back into a 160, it's just a completely different bird. I think we might have to put some night lights on here too. What do you say if we come in here and go to our lights section? Wow, see that every once in a while, man, that controller likes to play games with us. Not too far away from the base just yet. You can see that nice little blue glow come into our tail cowling. Let's get back on that shoreline. There is not a single nothing out here. I mean, this place is barren. Another thing about the search and rescue missions that's just slightly annoying is if you fly through a cloud, you get an ATC infraction. I'm not sure who Microsoft and Asobo and Hype Performance Group talked to in the Coast Guard, but I can guarantee you that the Coast Guard has flown through a cloud or two in their day. But then again, they are in fully capable H160 aircraft. Coast Guard Alaska, I give all the credit into the world. Just the amount of sheer balls that it takes to get out of a helicopter in the Bering Sea and risk your life to save somebody else while in those soup conditions is nothing short of commendable. So that's an honorable profession at least. Every member of those teams, all the way into the mechanics and the hangars, making sure those birds are airworthy every day. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The drop of a dime, working in conjunction with the C-130s. It is an amazing undertaking. And it just makes me constantly think of that little statement someone said, that being a mom is the most difficult job in the world. Yep. Making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in your pajamas is so much harder than getting into a Gumby suit in the Bering Sea. Mm-hmm. Why don't you go put on some more Dora the Explorer? And crack another bottle of wine. Too far? Did I go too far? Don't get me wrong, being a mom is obviously a difficult job. So is being a father. But the most difficult? I don't remember who said that, but it was one of the quotes that has made me laugh the hardest over the years. There's so many things popping up in the distance that I think are just rocks because they're not moving. But then there's some stuff just buried on these hilltops that just catch your eye. And then it turns into just a little bit of snow. Okay. Do you have an Xbox gamer tag, Phil? Are you using Phil Carl when you do have the sim? Did you come from 2020? I've been flying this sim for as long as I can remember, as often as I can. Did take quite a big break from it while I served in the military, but you know, gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, that's true about family there, Niels. It's absolutely true. That's right. I think we might have had this conversation before, Phil. I'm so sorry. Either that or you got a doppelganger out there. I got a daughter right now that lives in a completely different state. She's halfway across the country, and being that far away from my child is definitely not easy either. I don't enjoy it, but it's a part of being a father. Raise them in the nest as best you can, and then you set them free to exceed your expectations. And she has done just that. My daughter makes me very proud. She's turned into a pretty amazing woman. We do have some islands out here that I think are worth adventuring into as well. Of course, because if there was ice pack out here, these little pieces of land do come in handy. I also know that the population of polar bears is greatly at risk because of how little ice is truly left out there, and a lot of them have just been stranded in the middle of the ocean and they never make it back. Poaching, all kinds of things are impacting that species. I almost laughed out loud into the microphone right there. That's absolutely great. Helly Phil. Absolutely hilarious. Yes, sir. Welcome back. Thanks for that. I needed that. Right there is actually quite hilarious. I do see some black dots on the shoreline here. Those may just be rocks, or either that or they're kind of like rips in the UV mapping. I've seen a lot of that going on around shorelines as you approach too. We shall see. Big graphic stutter. I'm starting to not fly like a 125 anymore too. Trying anyway. I don't think I'm landing, but just in case we decide to put her down on the earth, we're going to do it with a little bit of a cushion underneath us. Yeah, man, the tech to stay in touch right now over distances is truly remarkable. I mean, look what we're doing right now. We've come so far. I mean, we grew up in a time when, you know, before beepers and before brick phones and all of that stuff was just, yeah, these Star Trek transponders and, you know, it was science fiction. It was total science fiction. It wasn't even a thing that you thought of. It was a maybe a trip to a phone booth. Make sure you have change in your pocket or call collect. Now it's a text message. She needed money to get some dental exam and work done and all that good stuff, and times were tight for her, and she reached out to me and wasn't asking for help, but I was like, my woman needs some help. So of course, as daddy does, helped her out, and I was able to do that, you know, through the ether in a matter of seconds. It was even faster than a Western Union or a telegram. As the technology right now is just nothing short of incredible. I think a lot of that tech is actually coming straight out of the movies, and almost as if, and this could just be considered conspiracy theory, but I mean, the technology that they have developed in movies has either sparked so many ideas that a lot of those fictional ideas are becoming a reality. Maybe it's because of that movie provided some inspiration, or maybe there's a larger group at play slowly releasing things a little bit at a time. Because if you didn't know, there's actually a part of the U.S. government that controls the media to the point of what we can and can't see in the theaters. They're having a really hard time doing that, obviously, with, you know, outlets like YouTube and social media and things like that. But as far as feature films, there is a very clandestine part of our government that controls all of that. So that's why I believe that some of that stuff is probably just information that they're releasing a little bit at a time, sort of like this UFO thing. It took them forever to release any information about Roswell and, you know, uncovering the lies that went on there. So I think there's just a lot at play behind the scenes and behind the curtain that, as the general public, we're just not made aware of on purpose for the, you know, probably the profitability of it. And even the defense or offense implications of that information. It could be a stretch, but at the same time, why does a government entity exist to control what we watch in a free country? It's advertisement. Yeah, well, advertisement is one of the reasons I no longer watch television. I haven't watched I haven't physically picked up a remote and turned on a TV with purpose since 2013. It's so mind-numbing. Advertisers constantly pushing stuff down your throat. Take this medication, but you're gonna die as a side effect. It's, you know, what you think about, you bring about kind of a thing. So I'm just trying not to inundate myself with that, and I kind of take it in chunks, but at my own pace. And I think it's actually a really good way to go about it. But that's just my own opinion. Of course, it is to each his own. Merely theoretical. Obviously a very controversial subject at the same time, but intriguing nonetheless. It turned into a deeper conversation there for a hot second. I love it. As we search for polar bears. Now, Phil. Heli Phil. I love it. The thumbnail of this video is hunting for crocodiles, and here we are in the deep outback of Greenland looking for polar bears. This took a wild turn. Oh, I know I'm not missing out on anything. Believe me. I worked in the television industry. I know what I'm not missing out on. I've got a career in television for, since 2014 now. Not necessarily in the television market anymore, but I still do content creation as a freelancer. And there's a real good reason why I don't want to be anywhere near it. I don't follow sports. I just find it really difficult to get alongside that sort of show that sports really have turned into, like the Roman Colosseums back in the day, and the amount of money that these athletes get to suck at playing a sport for a living is kind of frightening when you see how much a soldier gets paid to put his life on the line so he can play with his ball. So in the television scene before, I was a little bit of everything. I've got experience in so many different modalities of television. It's a little bit hard for even myself to believe because of how quickly it happened. But I was mainly a technical director, editor. But I ventured out deep into this. I did some set design work. I've done voiceover work. I was an engineer for the television station for a little while we were in between engineers. I managed the traffic of the station, so what aired and when, all of that is entered into a computer and then runs on automation in the background. I was the one that programmed that information in as well. I've maintained transmitters. The experience is vast. I'm a camera operator. I'm a jib camera operator. I'm a drone operator. I've got experience in quite a bit. I do see some things down here, but I think they're just random bushes. We'll investigate nonetheless if we don't come flying out of the sky right now. They look identical and they are not moving. My pleasure, man. I appreciate the question. It is super cool. I have enjoyed it to the fullest. I was even blessed with the opportunity to be able to teach that subject at the school I graduated from. I also taught that for about 5 years. radio show while I was in school. Yeah, it's been a ride, man. I've enjoyed every last bit of it. Is that just a rip in graphics, or is that more out of place foliage? The way the landscape is being drawn on, you could literally see that bubble of information develop. It's very intriguing. Phenomenal memories. And what's great is I'm still kind of creating those still, since I'm in the industry. Just kind of chosen a different route with the same skill set. And enjoying it, man. Everybody I work with is super nice. There's none of that kind of corporate nonsense going on around, you know. It's a completely different world. That's something like an office or motor pool. I was a mechanic for 7 years, diesel tech, and yeah. And the ability to be creative in the process is super fun. Always been that way. Still haven't found a single animal anywhere. Not a penguin, not a seagull, not a seal. The barren wasteland of northern Greenland as we explore over the vastness of snowy fjords. The ski lift in Finland was a lot of fun. That was pretty great. I don't know if that comes across in the stream, but can you guys see this shoreline develop in front of the helicopter? Little chunks, bloop, and it's coming in at that same distance. Almost, if you can regulate your speed, it comes in very consistently. And that's even with that pre-cache set to high. Or ultra, I mean. Yeah, we got some more anomalies on the ground right here. They're like squares. Couple more islands. What a view. There's quite a bit way out there too, actually. I mean, obviously you could just fly around the world forever and probably not see it all. And it is truly remarkable how they've got a digital twin of the planet. "2020 was pretty annoying sometimes, absolutely. I did find that caching, a large cache in 2020 worked pretty well if you stayed in the same area for a while. Like I did a lot of search and rescue missions around the Los Angeles area, and another spot in Reunion Island, and I would cache those into a drive that was, of 1 terabyte capacity, and I would put like 400 per location, 400 gigs. So I was able to kind of cache all of that data, and I had some pretty good experiences after doing that. But again, you're talking about that hardware that's kind of necessary to get that to function like it should. I still don't think we have the ability right now to download our aircraft. If we do, I haven't seen the option yet. But I think that will come in very handy, because a lot of the glitching that I'm seeing with the aircraft is while you're on the ground. But as soon as you take off, the stability of the aircraft is back. So you kind of just have to put up with it while you're on the ground if it's not too bad. It is a great looking aircraft. I think a polar bear might be a little hard to find, because again, if they're getting that real world data on numbers, you have to think about just how rare of an occurrence it would be to come across something like a polar bear. At the cockpits are a lot of information too. Think of all the ray tracing that goes on with each one of those control surfaces. Right, and that's where a lot of their graphical improvements are based right now, is ray tracing, atmospherics, lighting, and fidelity. So more higher resolution, plus all of those other things. Having to stream that every single time you get into the helicopter isn't optimal at all. Right, so I think a lot of our bugs are going to be fixed once they finally release the option to download the aircraft that you're flying. And I think at that point, we're probably going to see a whole bunch more people buy the simulator, because I think a lot of those issues will truly be fixed. I've tried zoos in Chicago, and it didn't work. I tried the Brookfield Zoo and Lincoln Park Zoo. Neither one of them had animals at all, which brings up another kind of sore subject, but I'm sure it's one that'll get fixed with time. I actually had the third-party scenery for the Chicago area, where the fidelity of all of the buildings and Buckingham Fountain and the Bean and those landmarks downtown Chicago, and even just the Chicago area. And in 2024, it's unavailable. So it is not nearly the resolution or quality that it was in 2020, which is a huge step backwards. But you would think, if that, again, real migratory patterns, we're going to see animals in a zoo. They are extremely detailed. Were you there for the night stream in Alaska with the Aurora Borealis? That was an experience. And I haven't heard when their next big patch is coming. I honestly don't know. First time here for you, man. Welcome aboard. Thanks for stopping in. Definitely not what the channel is normally about, but I try to put one of these out as often as I can. I like to get in, out there and talk to the community and make sure that we get some feedback. Maybe share some of our experience with you guys if you're considering the simulator or just want to watch some beautiful scenery go by instead of us struggle through the career mode. We'll change of pace. I've had a couple of people join into the simulator with me while I'm flying too. My good man Ace joins quite a bit. Hopefully he'll jump into here later on. I'm not sure if he'll be by tonight. I've also had quite a few people try to join the stream, but unsuccessfully, either due to glitches in the system or whatever it may be. Very cool that you saw it on the top of your recommendations. Where are you at, Nils? Because if you're just waking up, we're on different sides of the planet, my man. I'm at quarter to midnight where I'm at right now. Further down this way. In the Netherlands, 6:45. The Netherlands is somewhere I absolutely need to visit, my friend. There's the landscape there, the people. I've heard so many beautiful things about the Netherlands. Chicago area my entire life. Got to travel a little bit overseas when I was a teenager in the, military. But, Netherlands is one of those spots. Oh, I'm sure it's beautiful. I mean, pictures online, this, that, and the other thing, you see it. But it's just not the same when you're actually standing in and amongst it. Small and versatile. Mm-hmm. I dig it. And there we go again, talking about that technology. We're on different sides of the planet having a conversation about something we both like. That's just wicked cool to me. Amazing times we live in. I really should have fixed this trim before I got back in. That dead spot on this cyclic really needs to change. You can see every once in a while it gives a little bit of a sloppy movement left or right. The nose down, nose up, it really isn't that bad, but the left and right definitely needs a tweak. Not a penguin anywhere. Certainly no alligators, crocodiles. There's nothing like that happening here. I still find it very hilarious that that's what the thumbnail of this video is about. And we spent quite a bit of time here searching Greenland for polar bears. Because it's just a beautiful scenery. Something new. Phil's suggestion. I love it. Especially with this nice chill music in the background. What a wonderful way to spend an evening. But I think we go hit the Amazon and look for some more crocs. We're going to come back to this. The density of the clouds, the atmospherics that they've done here, it's really kind of hard to just walk away from just how amazing these improvements really are. Like, I'm going to try to come down with a rolling landing right now and see if I leave tracks in the snow, if I can lose this oscillation real quick. Let's see if we can leave some tracks in the snow. I did set it, I think, to something like 9. And I'm controlling this thing with fingertips. That's all this thing takes. Pretty amazing, man. Yep, there's the tracks. I got the parking brake on. Try to skid a little bit. That's just amazing. And even when you get up in the air, they're still there. That's nothing short of incredible. You remember ColecoVision or all of the old school games where it was just like a white line on one side, a white line on the other, and you had to basically play tennis with a square? The controller was just a little tube that you would turn the top of. Now we're sitting here drawing in the snow with our wheels of a helicopter in the middle of Greenland looking for polar bears while talking to people on the other side of the planet. Like, is this even real anymore? Absolutely incredible. Digital twin, it truly is. And if you guys haven't known where to get your photo albums, you can come up into your gamer tag right here. Once you click on that, you can come into your photo album. And all the pictures that you've taken over the time get saved into the simulator. Click on any one of them, it goes full screen. You can go to the back, delete photos if you want to, manage your albums. Come across quite a few different things out there, including our man Ace. Getting to walk next to people out there is pretty cool as well. We do some flights, some free flies and fly-ins all the time, and everybody gets out of the aircraft and walks around and sees what their characters look like. It's hard to believe that something like this is even possible. And there's no comparing this simulator to 2020. The Tomb Raider boobs, man. Yeah. Yeah, that's fantastic. The progression mankind has taken. I'll drink to that. Let's have some coffee. Who cares if it's almost midnight? So let's see here. Where do we go? Going to Brazil? I mean, let's see here. I think there was a spot I had picked out. I want to say it was Manaus. Because we've got the Nile just right at the middle of this. Flight conditions here. We'll just make sure it's bright outside. Again, this is probably going to be something that changes when we actually load into the planet. Always fun to see that, though. Let's not change the flight conditions just the time and see what happens. Closer to the thumbnail anyway. I mean, it's not Madagascar, but we're back on the hunt for crocs. The speed at which AI is growing is a little bit crazy. And it's funny you bring up AI because I think that's actually a major part of the problem with career mode right now. Is because they are relying so heavily on AI. There's no human intervention asking the question if. Right? So if you're in a search and rescue mission, there isn't something in the background saying, if this survivor is in this location, does this aircraft contain the equipment necessary to finish the mission? All right, they're putting people in the woods where you should only be using a hoist. They're creating areas where you're supposed to do the cargo hook missions, and there's no LZ cleared. You're dropping it on top of a house. And you have to get into the trees in order to make that happen. You know what I mean? It's just so unrealistic because there's no human intervention in that equation generating those missions. They're relying solely on AI. So until they kind of step in and regulate that, I have a feeling that the issues with rescue missions are still going to always remain a problem. And again, I saw that one mission, it did change. It was no longer tucked into the woods by that cliff where I parked on the edge of the cliff for a while and was able to walk out and basically fall down the cliff in order to get to the survivor. That mission's location is now different. And again, those patches for search and rescue missions are done server side. They don't need large dispatches, so we're able to get those more often and without warning. And with AI, if it's not handled properly, it can get pretty dangerous. But what also needs to be understood is that AI isn't necessarily artificial intelligence. Basically, right now we're building a search engine that can recreate what it is like finding in that search very, very quickly using quantum computing. You've seen that video. I love it. Yep, that was me. So I think once we just get out of the area of civilization, you can see on my EFB we've got another airplane in the sky over here. I do not have any name tags on, so if you join in, let me know. I'll put those name tags on so we can see you guys in the air with me. And we do get real traffic data, so when I do have other players flying with me, we can see where we are. And even if you need to load in and I'm somewhere nowhere near an airport, you can load in midair anywhere on the planet at any given time. And I can just bring up that EFB and show you exactly where on the planet we are. We start hugging some shoreline. Yeah, I've been managing this stream literally since the day of the 2024 launch. It wound up to be an extremely long day. I did have to work downtown that day, and I was up and moving by 4:30 in the morning. Didn't get home until almost 7 o'clock that evening, and then started the download process, which, as you should know by now, was an absolute train wreck with a queue. I did finally get the download onto the computer before the sun came up and all that good stuff. A boat out here. But in that download, I was actually given some corrupt data by Microsoft, and this is something that they talked about in their developer streams. So they recommend uninstalling and reinstalling the simulator, and that I did. Awesome. Yes, go ahead. I'll be here for a minute. I love these schooners. These little sailboats are great. Coming down hard again. Foam, oh, coming out of the sky. Oh, the buffer, eh? Kiss it. I didn't do the controls again. Another thing that needs a lot of work are these boats. Even the rafts that the survivors are on in search and rescue missions are not interacting with the water's swell. The water just envelops the watercraft, boat, ship, anything. It'll literally just, yeah, consume it. Super cool model, though. There's a lot of weird stuff going on with the hull of it, though. I don't know how that is happening there. I think that might be a reflection issue. So in the UV mapping, there's a little bit too strong of a reflection happening on that, the skin of the boat. Go to the beach, man. There's nothing like it. This little tributary right up here to my left is going to be one spot that I'll investigate. Yeah, I should have checked those controls. You can see a lot of the photogrammetry of boats that were along the river when they took these pictures. I'd also like to change the sensitivity on my camera controls as well. Smooth those out a little bit, make those a little slower. It does also look like a lot of the water winds up going uphill. Yeah, I'm not sure if I would want to tuck this thing down in those treetops. Looks like we might have to. Coming back down to kiss that ground. She loves to just drop out of the sky. She gonna hit the water? Nope. Am I out of gas? I can't be. 45. I was gonna be like, what's happening? It almost looks like the rotors themselves have slowed down though, you know? And now they've sped up. Did you catch that? I think there might be also a key binding happening here where one thing is interrupting another. All my, like, the torque on both engines seems to be fine. Very, very interesting. Yep, I want to fix that left and right. Let's see if we can find a beach mine. I like it. Over here to the left. Yeah. Because again, like I said, if I change any of these systems while in the air with this aircraft, I will come back into that flight in an oscillation that is nearly unrecoverable. So I'm just going to find a beach next to a little shack here for a second. And we're going to try to fix an issue. Because it is becoming an issue. You can see how it just wants to wobble back and forth, and I am barely using any input on that controller. So this would be another little insider little hack into control configurations and making sure that sensitivities and dead spaces are being utilized to the optimal settings. I'm going to try to park a little somewhere a little more flat. I love that there is a blanket in front of this shack as well. Yeah, mm-hmm. She wants to wobble. She doesn't want to sit down there either, let me tell you. It's really hard to see what the true level is. So let's see if we can come in here. I feel like I can only imagine what this is like in VR. I can't even wrap my head around what that would be like right now. I'm just envisioning it, and it makes me want to go out and get some Oculus, or I don't care what it is. But just that full immersion in this thing would be so cool. Alright, so I'm going to shut her down, make sure the weight comes off. Alright. Let's get into the menu. Settings. I don't know how many times I've done this. In the cyclic controls, search by input, I'll go right stick and then use the settings icon and then the curves, the tweak action curve. So you can see right now in this, there is no dead zone in the middle of this stick. So this is also something that you can save per aircraft, so I can have a different configuration for each model. I do have a little bit of an increased sensitivity of a 0.5, but not a dead zone. So now that I take that little bit of dead zone, you can see that it puts a little bit of a flat line in the very center of my cyclic, which means when I don't have my hands on the controls, there will not be any random electrical pulses being generated between my controller and the computer. All right. And then we also, if you haven't seen this before, I've got a little pointer here that I can put up and show you what this little curve right here means. So at the beginning of the movement, there's a lot of motion, and at the end, it kind of fades off. And you can control how steep that is with the plus and minus of your sensitivity, right? You can even go the opposite direction. You can flatten it out. So at the beginning of your movement, there is no input being done. Like right here at the beginning of this line, that flat line right there, that means that the input is less than it would be at the top of the curve. So, and that's, again, very for each individual aircraft and each individual pilot. The neutral, I don't necessarily play around with, because the neutral is something that you should just kind of have as zero anyway, like dead stick. When you're not touching the controls, the neutral is where it should sit without anything touching it, okay? That one I just always leave alone. Extremity dead zone is basically at the very end of your controller's input. You're not going to have any more input. It's actually going to be compressed into a shorter movement. And again, that varies by aircraft, by pilot. But now that I've got a little bit of a dead zone in there, I'm not going to get an immediate reaction when I first input a control surface to go left or right. And hopefully we fix that issue. So we'll close this up, get her back into a flight-ready condition, nose down, so we keep the weight on the ground. And let's see what the difference is. Should be spooled up. Get her off the ground. Look at the detail on this right here. There's even vines hanging off of these trees, people. Are you serious right now? This is an amazing simulator. And see, now if I go left and right on the controls, I'm getting a much smoother left and right input. Much smoother. I can more gently input that control without getting that knee-jerk reaction. Tips and tricks. That right there will work for any helicopter or airplane for that matter. Being able to fix those, I believe, is imperative. Again, you want to have, solid movements, solid reactions, and you want the aircraft to do what you expect it to do. Do what you're told when you're told. It's a completely different experience right now. Now, I will also say these Thrustmaster T16000M are mostly plastic. So every once in a while, just because of the nature of the material, you'll get a little bit of a stick, like it sticks to itself sort of a thing. But that's just because they're a relatively lower end HOTAS controller setup. But it has been working for me well enough, for long enough. River should be back over here. We got a nice big swamp back here too, I think. It's a completely different bird, just like that. One input control, sensitivity, dead space, problem solved. We need to go deeper into this river, further downriver, further away from the peoples. So you like the Thrustmasters more than the HOTAS X55? Yeah, I'm on West USA. I've even tried to use graphite powder to sort of smooth that out. I wouldn't use anything like WD-40 because that's not going to do well with the plastic, but excuse me. I have tried graphite powder to no avail. But I thought that would be a good attempt. I'm actually curious if anyone else has had any sort of tricks as far as smoothing out these controls. If I'm not mistaken, they might even sell like upgraded innards of this thing where it turns into a more like a roller ball. I love how the brown color of this river is also very apparent. Something completely different in 2024 than 2020. I can even pour a cup of coffee right out that thermos while I'm flying, because it's a good deal like that. Might nose in just a hair. Left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand. Multitasking at its finest. Extra sound effects right there for that one. The good old thermos, the Stanley thermos, coming in handy. I drink a lot of coffee. What if we were to come down in between this little spot right here? It's almost like a little runway. Or we just come into this village. West USA. So the location again, we're going to start off right here. And I'll take this EFB and just kind of zoom it out for you where we're at. I believe the airport ICAO that I took off from was Bravo Golf Mike India. I think. However, I am not seeing that on this EFB, but what we can do is, this is great. I'm going to sim pause right now, and I can actually just leave that thing float right there. I can come in and even go into this and hit a hover and unpause the simulator. And now my aircraft is just going to come into a pause, because now we can come even closer, ditch Microsoft's EFB. And we're going to use this map. So I can zoom out on this. Alright. Manaus. Now if we go even one step further, let's come into this map while our helicopter just chills out in the air, right? So this has the maps and missions option in it as well. And this is a more manipulatable map where you can actually turn it true north. Spin that bad boy around so you can see where I am in relation to Manaus. I enjoy this aircraft very much. By far my favorite. If they could put a hoist on this thing and make it search and rescue, I would pay for that. I would pay a pretty penny for that. 100%. I'll be their first customer. I'll pre-order it. As long as they don't change the flight characteristics of the model and they give me all of the capabilities that we need to, I want to be able to operate that hoist manually. That's what I want to do. She's got a little bit of an oscillation right now in the hover, but it's holding there. It's holding there well enough for me. Yeah, man, I hope your heli works too. Are you loading in at the airport? I see a lot of people doing fly-ins with fixed wings, but I don't see enough of these where there's just a bunch of people out in helicopters chilling around the world, man. Very cool. It's an underappreciated art form, if you ask me. Takes a delicate balance and a pretty good understanding of physics to really get these helicopters down pat. That hand-eye coordination is coming into play a lot more than it ever will in an airplane. Of course, once you do get into forward flight, it can become just stick operated, you know. It doesn't take a lot of rotor input to get the thing to turn, but if you want to do any quick maneuvering, you're going to have to know when to put that collective power back in to get your tail to come around, and there's some things involved that are just really kind of a skill set of their own. I'm just going to fly circles around that general area where I just showed you on the map. And I'm going to also need to land again if I want to put name tags on. So let me go ahead and find another spot to put her down as I remember that little tidbit of information. Let's visit a different spot. I actually may want to increase the sensitivity on this now so it takes less input. I will say that. I'm having to put a little bit more input on that back stick to get the nose to come up. She really likes to come down hot and heavy. But then again, I am kind of forcing her through it. And she don't like it. We got that on there. All right, we got pretty much weight on the ground right there, but I am still going to bring my engines. Wow, what a view. That's hard to look at right there. She's spinning too. Okay, there we go. I'll bring her to idle. We'll come back into the settings. Flight interface, traffic nameplates. We should also be online, real time. Multiplayer is checked. West USA server. Not running extremely fast right now. And we also show the multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. Those are huge settings to have on right now. Those matter. And we can just go right back into flight ready conditions. And we eliminate the oscillation problem. Our nose still comes up because she's powerful. I think the rotor arc of this thing would have quite a bit more impact on these pieces of grass beneath us right now than it is, especially directly below the aircraft. Even as I put power into it, we're not seeing too much more of an impact. She's still got a little bobble to her, though. You see it? Now, if I'm in an upward configuration and kind of coming into a more of a steady movement, that smooths out. And I really, really do think that has everything to do with caching these aircraft. Even though I've been in it for long enough and I've been exploring the inside, outside of this aircraft, I don't have my cache on right now. Right? So it's not actively caching any of this data. I'm just constantly streaming it all. While streaming to you. So there's some things going on, in the background that we all kind of need to understand that are probably very soon to be fixed. That's got to be on the list right now. It just has to be. Are you on the airport? She's got a pretty good speed, too. I'm up almost 140 right now. I don't see any nameplates in the sky just yet. Let's see if our EFB is picking you up. I'm not seeing any other aircraft as I almost nosedive into the water right there. It's going to be over here to my right quite a bit, actually. all those maps. Still not seeing you. See, this is something that Ace and I have seen every once in a while too. What I might have to do is I might actually have to go back to that airport. So I wouldn't venture too far off from your spot right now. We do have a little bit of a distance between us, so we'll keep heading towards one another, I think. I don't know. Where do you want to go? Meet in the middle or meet at the airport? Oh, wow. I got somebody off to my right. I believe, yeah. Because it doesn't have any aircraft data below it. I believe that's actually just a watercraft that's loading in with the name. That's probably just a boat. But I will say that my name tags are working, so there's that. I might not need to go back to the airport. I definitely have too much power into my engines again. Saw that. Love to do that. Pushing the 180 right now. Still not showing on the EFB. How about this? I'm just going to do a quick restart. Can you see me in sim before I restart? Let me know if you can see me in sim. Oh, I got another name tag coming in here on my left, but again, there's no aircraft information below it, so I'm going to go ahead and assume that that's Marine. There's quite a bit of a bubble in working with here, you know, as those name tags develop. We'll just keep working our way towards each other for now. See nobody. Okay, so I'm going back to the same airport. Alright, which should just be a simple restart for me. So I'll be there in seconds. You have your nameplates on, and all those settings are all players. That setting really matters too. I think the AI traffic doesn't really matter as much as that all players thing does. And I've been here before, so I shouldn't need to cash in too much information, right? I do apply brakes right away, though. Not working. Sliding down the hill. There you go. She caught it just in time. Adding fuel in right away, because we know how I love to do that. Coming to the weight real quick. Still computing, so I'm not going to lift off just yet. Let's go ahead and get a nav map going here. Turn the far guy off. That's just I'm kind of saving resources on my monitors as well by turning that other thing off, right? That's one less thing that my computer is caching about this aircraft's cockpit, right? If I keep this closed, that's one less thing my cockpit is caching on a consistent basis. Alright, so if we go into the weight right here, our fuel says it's 5125, so I should be near full tank at this point. We can confirm that here. Crew and payload, 100% fuel. We're actually going to dump some of these people out, and we'll just put them at the window seats. What's your gamer tag online? Let's come up and see what we see. And again, if I come into this map right now, that doesn't show anything other than your aircraft, right? But it doesn't show you like an ICAO code or even where an airport is, even though on these map settings, and you go into this, I have airports highlighted, but we're still not seeing that one in the map. So there's quite a few things to be fixed here. I do see you on the EFB. More than likely, that's you right there. So let's try to hunt that down. Let's go for it. Before, we were both in sim, and I didn't even get that much of it, right? But then I restarted once you were there. And now, okay, I see that airport information is starting to be spawned onto the EFB as well. It's just taking quite a while for all of this data to be cached. So if I take that down and come inside the aircraft, what I really like to be able to do is see an active traffic system in here. The weather and all of this stuff doesn't really work. The ACAS says stand by. It doesn't necessarily work. Even if you go into the setup or options, all of those things should be, you know, set up the way they need to be. So it looks like right now the only way I can track real-time traffic is in our EFB. And I'll just bring that up every once in a while. Is that you out there? So that is your name tag. All right. Gotcha. Nelly ZZ. It'll be interesting to see how this turns out. Hovering near the airport. All right, coming back around. See, I still don't see your aircraft in there. I just see the other one going up the river. And did you go to BGMI? Let's see if we can do this. Let's go to end the flight. End the flight. And I'm just going to load back into BGMI. Let's see if this helps. That was Greenland. Are you in Greenland or are you in Africa right now? Because I think I told you BM or BGMI, but that was so wrong. I don't see any aircraft here either. Alright, so if I come back into the planet, let's see if we can actually add you as a friend on here and kind of try to trigger some things. So I should see you on the planet right now. So if you're in Manaus and you're hovering near the airport, there should be, all right. So this is the aircraft, their airport I just took out of. SWRN. Buried in the trees. All right, but normally there's somebody here. So if I come in, So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go back. I'm going to go back one more time. I'm going to load to my main screen. I'm going to let this thing chill for a bit while that information gets to you. You accept the request, and we'll kind of go from here. And I have a feeling we'll get a completely different result. So we'll free flight back in. And instead of the BGMI, it's going to be the SWRN. I hate the way that does that. Brah. So now let's see if we see you on the planet. I wish you could turn these names off. Still not seeing you there. Well, if we take this off, we'll see it. Yeah. Let's give it a whirl anyway. I'm going to come into the same... So CH-47 for you. Okay. I love a good Chinook. Let's start a flight. SWRN. It is a single helipad in the trees, but we know how things work. Even with the recent loads, it still just takes a little bit of time. Maybe a lot of time. It's going to change back to night. I love it. You can't go wrong with this stuff. We'll let the rotor spin up a little bit. We'll let the area cache one more time. I got to remember that the parking brakes aren't set, and I'm going to roll down the slope. That should be pretty fun in a Chinook, by the way. There you go. Parking brakes are set but not working. Loving every minute of it. Now they catch. We're going to turn this one off right away. We'll demap this up. Let's check our EFB. Still not seeing anybody in sim. We could have overlapping icons though. SBMN, Sierra Bravo Mike November, may also be an alternate entry point. You're in the water behind me. Okay. While I'm on the ground, let me change up some weather here, because I don't want to switch in and out of these menus once I'm airborne. Woo! That's bright. Scattered. You seeing me in sim now? We got Jorge, which is the GAS carrier Manaus AM. Okay. I didn't put fuel in it, you stooge. You stooge. That's so funny. I do that every time I get into this aircraft. That's what you get for rushing through a takeoff. That's so funny. All right, I put 1,100 grams in there. We're good. Let's accept that value right here. I can't believe how many times I do that when we're live here. That's just good. Yep, not seeing you either. We are getting more on information on the name tags, right? Where now we're seeing what the vessel is. Before it was only a name. Some of those are still showing up like that. And we're getting a lot of feedback on the controls here. Okay. Very, very interesting. What else could we do? And you're sure you have all your settings to like the all players? Your online tags or visible aircraft visiting like near you? Ace and I went through this quite a few times as well. And then for a while, if we like got too close to one another in the sky, his system would crash. But now I'm at that other airport. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring it down one more time here. I'm still not seeing anybody on the map. That's the biggest indicator right there, is if we're in the same spot, we're going to see each other on this EFB. That so far has not failed me. Even when he just vanishes, most often he's there, right? Like I can rely on that. When he vanishes though, I think what happened is his icon stayed there for a minute until he reloaded. We've got the MiG on the runway. So now that I'm down again, positive contact, all that good stuff. So if you're in settings, right, check this. So you need to go to make sure that you're online. Real-time online. Multiplayer is checked. Show multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. And then you're on the West USA server. Let's see if we do like an East USA server. I'm getting a better bit rate on East USA. So I'm going to switch real quick. Let's try a different route. Okay, so now are you going to go over to East USA server? And I'm not just going to resume, I'm going to restart. Because I want a fresh set of data now that I've changed those settings. It's going to put me back into the woods on a slope, but, you know. Let's see if it works. It's always an adventure. What's great, though, is early on in this process, too, you guys probably saw a lot of my streams would end in either a CTD or a full system freeze, and this stream's been going, you know, pretty strong now for a considerable amount of time with no problem. In and out of the menu systems, like, that's the kind of improvement that I've seen, and it's pretty great. I mean, this is, I think, pushing 3 hours and 15 minutes right now without a crash at all, and that's significant. Alright, brakes are engaged. Put fuel in the aircraft. Brakes are engaged. Put fuel in the aircraft. Let's go in and let's only do 50% this time. We're not going to overload ourselves with weight. We got way too many people on board for a full tank, especially with the distances we've been traveling. Turn that EFBR, that panel off over here. Let's put up a D map on the map. And let's check our EFB. Oh, yeah, I still don't see you. ATX, that's new. Man, that's so disappointing. Every single time we try to do a fly-in like this, like we're there, we're in the same server, we can see each other, all of a sudden we can't. This is another side of this sim that, again, we need to be filling out those bug reports with, and then voting on those bug reports. You know, we can sit here and fly together all day long, but the problems are going to remain unless we get on the Microsoft Flight Sims forums. Yeah, you see the same. We went through the same thing with Ace. Then you're in sim. That's so interesting. So let's see if I go in and we choose SBMN. I'm going to try that one instead. So let's come back out of this one more time. We're going to end the flight. Stay up in the air if you can. And I'm just going to move over to the other location right here. Sierra Bravo Mike November. I'm going to double check to make sure my settings are still east and everything is good. That bitrate did increase pretty significantly. 16 is off, okay. Start it up. I didn't change the time, it's gonna go dark. It doesn't remember what time you were in the sim last, it just automatically chooses dark. That spinning wheel of misfortune in the corner just stops every once in a while, and it's like, is it doing anything? What's it doing? And then it just kicks back in, names flip around, it's great. And dark. Letting it cash in. Going to let it sit for just a moment. Let's see if we can see any name tags around. Nothing while I'm on the ground just yet. Let's put a little daylight on it. Let's throw a little clouds in the mix so we don't go blind. We should add a little fuel so we don't crash. Sure that we added that inside of our crew and payload weights. We'll go to 50. We'll do the same thing we did before while everything spools up. Avalak Emery's. No, dude, you got a great big smile right here, brother. Are you joining us too right now? Tell me you're in, dude. Where am I precisely? This is Sierra Bravo Mike November. So if I bring up my EFB right now, Sierra Bravo Mike November, I am seeing traffic on the map, but we're in South America right now. I think this might be some of that more AI traffic that we keep seeing going up this river. Avlac, I love it. Let me see as well, my friend. This is great. So we got 3 people trying to fly into the same spot right now. I'm just going to stay parked right here. I can't wait to see how this goes. I want to drum roll it all day. It's all good, Avalac. I'm waiting, brother. We have been trying this for I don't know how long right now. It's been days, maybe a week or more. What's great is actually I was talking about you early in the stream when we were talking about having problems getting you in here and all the bugs that we've been running into and having to uninstall and reinstall and Windows updates, driver conflicts, the whole 9 yards, man. You have been through it. So while I'm here, let's add that in right now. I wonder if we just start a group too. I wonder if that would have an impact on that. Maybe we should start testing that too. Air adding friend, K-A-I-N-E-V. I wonder if that's because you're not online yet. I don't know. $5,400. I'm not even sure what a middle console mod is. We've never had to have one of those installed for these before. But we have had issues with these fly-ins. And what I'm thinking about doing is starting a group. Alright? So if I come in here and go like this and, let's see. Invite to group. See what happens here. And then once we get Avalanche in here too, we'll just create a bigger group, because this should kind of force feed the system, right? See, now I see, bang, something right here on the airport behind me. I gotta go take a peek. Avalanche, I'm not going anywhere. I just gotta see if we've got Neils in here too. See, this has, I can already see behind the trees that we have a altitude at the end of this name. So this is an aircraft. There's number 5400. What? Guess who's here? Guess who's here? What? Except your aircraft is invisible and you're an H125. Alright, my guy. We're in. I see you, home slice. This has been too long. There's the aircraft. What? Yeah, buddy. Congratulations, Emery's. Well done, brother. Way to stick to it. That's hopeful right there, dude. That's a big old bag full of hope right there. I got another thing for you. This is for you. Right? Come on now, man. Look at you. Look at you. Get it? Get it? I absolutely dig it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is so good to have you, bro. This is phenomenal. You know, I feel so good for you right now. I wish I had some kind of applause soundtrack that I could cue up right now. That would be pretty amazing. I don't know if I could pull that off. Can we pull that off? I'm working on it. You look at you. Look at you with your tie. Just all kinds of applause. Every last one of them. Yes, sir. The crowd goes wild. You can't go wrong with that. You just can't. I'm sorry. That's a long time coming right now. Right? I'll give you one of these. There's the bow. Well played, brother. Well played. It's all good. I know you can't type, dude. I'm just glad to have you here, dude. Look at you strutting your shit. Look, your aircraft sliding away behind you, too. The whole 9 yards. Right through your head. Yeah, brother. What? This is all kinds of funny, dude. You know how long this has been in the works, people? There's my own round of applause. You have no idea what Emery's has been through. If you want to follow his journey, just go ahead and read the comments on some of these videos, brother. It's so good to see you in person, quote unquote. Let's get in and do some flying, man. I want you to lead the way, all right? You just show me what you can do in an H125, because I'll tell you what right now, the controllability of a H160 is a little sloppy compared to the H160. Look at the size difference in these aircraft. These are two different airframes completely, so you're going to be able to move around a lot better than I am. I will try to keep up, but sir, as my form of congratulations, I want you to just lead the way. I'm going to keep you in my sights as long as I can. This stream is all about Emery's right now. No offense, Niels, but hopefully you get into this soon too. Where are you at in this process? My boy Emery's, man. Ooh, it's that's a bag of hope. The size difference in the airframes, though. And I don't think we're gonna crash into each other, but let's I'm gonna try to like hover over the top of you and like put one aircraft right next to the other. If I can. I'm going to do something right now called a screenshot. With the snipping tool, because that right there is a moment to remember. Let's see if we can actually break out our camera right now. If I go into the aircraft and come... Oh, hello, glasses. Let's get out of the aircraft. Let's take a picture. Let's commemorate the moment, Emery's. This has been forever, ever. Snapshot. And you're hovering above the airport. I love it. Tadaski. Well played, brother. Well played. Cheers. Look at the choppiness of the graphics all of a sudden, though. Do you see what's happening? Please, please, for the love, don't do this to us. Microsoft, I dare you. You know what I might need to do? I think I might need to get out of a third-party aircraft. Hold that phone. Hold that phone. Hold that phone. Don't go anywhere. I've got music going in the background. I have an idea for that. And it's called Not Third-Party Aircraft. Alright, so if I come in here, let's see. Free flight. Earth is catching back up. I'm going to take this Airbus H160, even though it is a beautiful helicopter. We are going to fly something native to the sim. Sorry for the interruption. The excitement hasn't ended, but we're going to configure this. I'm going to go with something outside of the marshmallow and see if the paint schemes come through. So if we're on rescue... livery, and I do something orange and yellow, I want to know if you see this aircraft in your sim. Stay where you're at, guys. I'm coming back. I'm coming back in something native to the simulator. S B. MN. Coming in. Starting the flight. It started during the night again. I forgot to change the time. How many times do I got to do this? I'm back. We're going to fix this. Don't give up, Emrys. We're there. Minor technical it's minor. See, I see you flying around out there already. You ain't gone nowhere, bro. But watch how much smoother this simulator should be working right now. All I did was take the third-party aircraft out of the equation. All right? So that's even what they're saying is if you have these third-party aircraft on your community folder, it is going to cause conflict. And this is real-world demonstration of that conflict happening, okay? So what I did is in that flight is I didn't remove it from my community folder. I just got into a different aircraft. However, if you're in career mode, use career mode while you do not have third-party aircraft, scenery, or anything like that in your community folder. It's a little bit nuts to think about, but if you do that and kind of manage when you're going to use third-party aircraft versus when you're not, you're going to have a much better experience with your simulator. Look at the differences we're seeing right now. Where is Niels? Still can't see both of us? Are you serious right now? Crazy. Okay, so here's what I'm going to recommend, Niels, and this is going to sound absolutely insane. How many times have you cleaned your computer's cache of its Microsoft information? Do you know how to do such a thing? Because I can promise you that Emery's here, Mr. Kane 5 in front of us, has done such a thing. He's got a brand new download of Microsoft's Flight Sims 2024. He's working on brand new drivers. He's working on a brand new operating system. And his experience is, I would go ahead and say, from this gentleman's flight characteristics, the best it has ever been. This is the first time in his journey that he's been able to join, and he's been following the channel since early on. So this is actually an extremely exciting moment for both him and I. This is absolutely fantastic. It is such a pleasure to have him on board. So what I would recommend doing, Niels, if it's been a while since you've done that, is close down the simulator, clean out the cache, restart your computer, and then after you do that, then load back into the simulator, and we should see you. What you're also seeing right now is more glitches, right? His name just disappeared. I had two versions of his name on the screen at the same time, right? Look at this. Look at this. But that right there, that tip is what's going to get you to the point Emery's is at right now, because he's gone through that same exact process, and now he's got a working, flyable helicopter in 2024. This is truly fun. I am so happy to see you here, bro. I'm just chasing you around, man. This is fabulous. Well, Niels, we'll be here when you get back, man. I know it takes a minute, but I promise you, even though it's 12:15 in the morning here just outside of Chicago, I'm gonna be here for a minute because I got Emery's on board. I got you coming in. I enjoy this stuff, man. We'll see you when you get back. Emery's is pushing. He's got that throttle down, boy. Yeah, I bet that FPS is doing pretty good for you right now, huh? Did you do the DLSS hack too? I absolutely love it. It's the Emery's flight. I should change the name of the video. I should change the thumbnail to our photograph on the airport, brother. This goes for you. Well played. Proof is in the pudding, my man. I'm so glad that you are where you are right now. That feels pretty good. Bravo, brother. Bravo. Cheers. Smooth as butter. I love it. Just runs up and down the airport, baby. Killing it. How's that feel? I do enjoy the maneuverability of this aircraft very much. Again, once you get into those sensitivities and these controls dialed in, this 125 is actually a very flyable piece of machinery. As being demonstrated by our boy Emery's right now, who I think is on top of Cloud 9 right now. Let's check out some traffic, man. Look at this guy over here. Look at this guy. Come on, man. The proof is in the pudding. If you haven't been following this channel long, hopefully this is enough to get you guys to realize how important cleaning your cache is, a fresh install of the simulator. I even had to do a fresh install of the simulator after Microsoft's last patch. So I've done it twice. Now, Emery's, Mr. Kane 5 right here, 5400, has done his since the cache, or since that patch was released. So he's on newer information. This is the first time we've seen each other live in sim. This is absolutely awesome. The hunt for crocodiles is currently on hold because Emery's is in the pattern. And the pattern is full. We should be in Huey's right now taking runs over Vietnam or something. But again, those are third-party aircraft, right? We don't have any native Hueys, or do we? Is the Huey native? I don't think so. Oh, I could do this all day, brother. Absolutely fabulous. Yeehaw. Skip to my loo, my darling. Yeehaw. See, now I'm hands off with this. I am not touching even the rotors, or rudders. I always call them rotors. But this is an H125, okay? If I want to do some input, I'm hands off. So that's one reason why I'm kind of starting to believe that, okay, there might have been a reason why Microsoft chose this aircraft. Once you get your flight controls dialed in, this is a usable platform. I love how Kane's probably coming down to type something. I just can't wait. Neil should be back in about 20-25 minutes. Right back in, up and out. Watch me now. Work. But your character stays on the ground. I love it. You can fly by yourself. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy, buddy. Yeah, buddy. I absolutely dig it. How's the flight characteristics holding up for you, man? You like it? Is it running smoothly for you? Is it everything you hoped it would be, bro? It looked like it was a good time. You stayed in that pattern for a hot second. You know what I mean? Fantastic. My brother from another mother. Cook it. Cook it. That's hot. I love it. I'm so happy for you, dude. Congratulations. Super cool to be a part of it, brother. Thank you so much for being here. You are a superstar tonight, man. Superstar. The bow and the bow is you. Good stuff, man. Absolutely great. Smooth as butter. And did you do the DLSS too? Let's just park here for a second and have a conversation about your journey. Because I know you can't type when you're in VR, which I think is the best part. You're used to rolling the Huey, but this little bird is quick. Yes, it is super quick. Handy, handles like a charm. And look at how long this stream is going. You've been there. You know how these streams of mine crash. This has got to be pushing an excessive amount of time right now, bro. I think I'm almost like 4 hours right now. Where's the time at? Yeah, like almost 4 hours. This is incredible. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. So did you use the DLSS trick? Air Boss, man. Island Sim Pilot. I'll give these two credit all day long for that information. So here's what fixed it for me. All right. Stage is yours, my friend. I updated all my drivers for my motherboard one by one. But what did it was my motherboard's driver auto install utility. Ooh, you went so deep. I love it. I reflashed my BIOS and then ran the auto install via BIOS. You are an intelligent man, my friend. Well played. Well played. When I did it one by one, it didn't catch for whatever reason. I had to use the BIOS auto installer. Look at the path you had to take, though, man. Look at the tenacity. Okay, that's what you have right here is tenacity. I did techie stuff in the military. Good for you, brother. Thank you for your service. We have that in common. I was a mechanic. I appreciate your service very much, sir. Well played. Well played. Bravissimo. So what did you do after that? After that, that's when you reinstalled the simulator? You published your first book with less of a hassle than getting this sim to work. And likewise, thanks for the brotherhood. You are most welcome, my friend. I'm happy to have helped. That's what we're here for. That's what this planet is all about. That's our purpose in life. I don't care who you are. I don't care. We're all shades of wheat, and guess what? That's what we need to realize. The word race is being used improperly in this world, and we need to just come together as a species instead. Small little steps like this are encouraging to me, because this is the kind of thing that we need to see more of. Let's fly, brother. Do you see my livery as the orange and red? That's the human race. That's right. That's the nomenclature in the dictionary. All right? Race is not color. That's ethnicity. Strap it on, man. Go for a tool up the Amazon, man. Let's just take a ride up the river. Let's explore this spot. Do what you got to do, brother. Let's get out there. Let's jungle this thing. I mean, the thumbnail was about finding crocodiles, but we found a Cane 5 up in here. Gotta wonder what happened to Heli Phil. Where'd he go? There's so many people waiting to get back in, dude. That's inspirational that you're here right now. You came back and had me invisible. Let's get out of the pattern. Or you want to wait for more people to come in? I say we check out some of the landscape. How good are you at flying formation? What if you were to just keep a nice slow pace along the beach? Or maybe around some of these boats out here? And try to keep a formation. Because we should be flying over the same water traffic simultaneously. Cool, cool. I'm going to hang out in the harbor while you do that. Oh, look at what just showed up for me. Gush ship. Oh, graphics are coming in and out. Yeah, I went with clear skies for this one. I figure it's going to take less of the system's resources to load up clouds and atmospherics. So I'm kind of playing that card at the same time. I want to be able to just maximize it. And, you know, obviously, if there's no clouds in the sky, it's not going to have all that information to render. I'm probably going to sink right through this boat. Oh, yeah, as usual. But I can hover there hands free. There, yeah, we got Niles back. I love it. DeWitt coming back in. We're not that far away from the airport, man. We're still just chilling right in the bay. Kane 5 is still over there in the pattern. Welcome back. I should see your name pop in any minute. Let's pull up an EFB and see if we can see you load in. Kane's still over there in the pattern. I love it. Just chilling on pause. Oh, looks like he's back. Numbers are moving. I can see you coming in. You're visible from quite a distance too, which is something that has been an issue with a lot of people. But you and I are working off of the same data, my friend. This is a phenomenal set of results that we are achieving right now, Mike. This is absolutely fantastic. We are in native aircraft, in a group. Did I ever get the chance to add you to the group? I don't. I can't go to that menu right now though because of the. Oh, I'm not in the 160. So if I come back in here and let's see if I created the group, you see you're not even still in the group. You're outside of it. Do I even have you as a friends list out? I wasn't able to add you before. That's right. So now if we go in here and go Kane V. Number 5400. Bang. Okay, see now things are happening. I got the full name, right? Accept at your leisure if you choose. I certainly consider myself your friend. Distance aside. Super dope. Still not seeing Niels DeWitt at the airport yet. But I certainly do see our aircraft. Kane invited you to play. Look at it. Did that show up? No, the Xbox Gamer announcement didn't show up in the live stream there, but I just got an invitation from Kane. You should be in mine already. See, I love that we can get in and out of these menu systems without issues as well, right? Right, so that was the group invitation. Now at this point, what happens if I accept your group invitation, you're actually going to hear a lot more, and we get this little option with the SAR heli, and you can see the little icon show up with the voice. His gamer tag is still there, but now he has absolute control over the weather. So whatever he does in his weather options right now becomes mandatory in my version of the simulator. Look at the graphics on this. We are here, man. This is absolutely amazing. Let's check out the airport. So we actually wound up coming into Sierra Bravo Mike November instead, because it's actually an airport instead of that treetop little helipad they had out there. Are you on the ground yet? I'm hoping that you don't need to now be in the group, because that could also hinder other people from getting into the free flight. And no, see, because we just now switched the group, I can actually come back into these settings right now and go up here and leave the group for a second. If I go to current group, it's just the two of us, but I can say leave, confirm, and come back out. And I'll resume, and we'll see that we don't see you. All right? Okay, but what I could also do is I could probably even go back down, shut all the way back down to the main menu without being in the same group, and come up with the same exact result. Because Kane's still out there. As soon as he was visible in sim, and you've cleaned your cache and everything, how do it? So let's just go like this. I'm just going to go ahead and do a restart. Now that I'm out of the group, we're going to, again, just with a fresh set of information for testing purposes. And I'll bet you anything, Emery's will still be there. Even though the group settings are back, and I'm no longer in that group. Look at the load times. What? In and out. There he is. Immediately available. It has nothing to do with the group. And I can see him the whole 9 yards. Everything is exactly the same. Aircraft livery. Right back. And if I were to look around, are you in the air right now? Are you still at the port? What's your status? So let me ask you this, DeWitt. When did you install your simulator? Before or after their patch? Yes, I do. You 3 days ago, you reinstalled the sim. See, that should be after the patch then, right? I think the patch was either the 10th. I'm pretty sure it was actually the 10th. Maybe the 9th, but I want to say they actually came out with it a day late. So you should be working on relatively new information. How about your graphics drivers? Are you running an NVIDIA card? What platform are you on? What kind of an architecture of graphics card are you working with? Is it the 4000 series? Hey, Kane, you can still see me, right? Obviously, I mean, you're flying right at me. Team Green. Yeah, okay, so here's another issue. And this was said under his breath in their dev stream. Marche from Asobo, I believe it was, said that there was a problem that they were currently working on with the 4000 series graphics cards specifically. I'm not sure. Don't quote me. I'm obviously no professional at this. This is all just okay. Best advice given, best advice from what I've heard. 4,000 cards have had an issue. So that may have a significant role in the issues you're having. Because I'm not sure how deep their bugs go with that specific card series. But there was definitely an issue with the 4000 series cards. You could hear him say it under his breath. You can see Jorg kind of react a little bit taken by surprise. But, yeah, that may be it. When was the last time you updated your graphics drivers? Are you on a new graphics driver? And at the same time, Windows has gone through an update too. Emery's will tell you firsthand that he's had to redo all of it. Lost engine sounds. Interesting. See, my volume levels are so far down that I don't even really hear any of that. Okay, last week. Interesting. Huh. It looks like I've got a plane on the tarmac here. Oh, can you see that pink UV map? Also, latest Windows update. Okay. Do you use the DLSS swapper at all? What version of DLSS are you on? Yeah, I know it seems kind of unrelated, but just out of curiosity. Because I've had a lot of success after tweaking the DLSS in this simulator. Look at we're gonna do the low pass across the runway. Tarmac it. Oh, it's like a Hollywood flipping movie up in here. Come on. The aerobatics capabilities of the H125 is also something pretty spectacular. You can just kind of lift this thing over here right now and spin her around. There we go. She's a very maneuverable little aircraft once you get used to those control systems. Something else to look into then, DeWitt. Check that out. The DLSS swapper, and again, I'll give a little shout out to my boy. This man's name is Airbus Man. He has a script change in, I believe it's a config file that Microsoft puts out, and it's changing a single value from number 1 to number 2, and then either using DLSS Performance or Ultra or whatever setting works best for your specific equipment. Mine is Performance, so is his, and I'm on a 2080 Ti graphics card. Okay, this is not a huge graphics card, but once I optimized DLSS, Airbus Man delivered a genius solution to the overall feel of the simulator and how it operates at its base. Everything just started to kind of work outside of career mode almost automatically, because it's processing that information in a different manner than the base sim even allows. So instead of a 1-to-1, it's a 2-to-1 ratio for DLSS, I believe is how that went. It could be versed, but I'm almost positive that's how that went. Check his stuff out. It's absolutely incredible. The results I've seen are phenomenal. Kane's coming up the shore behind me. I'm going for a ride, Kane. I'm coming up the Amazon River with Kane behind me. Bring it in. I want to see some formation flying. VR style. If I can get a hold of my aircraft, that is. I'm sure you're going to have a hard time keeping up with that, but very cool. Very cool. With the DLSS swapper too, what you need to do is kind of make sure that you're on the most updated version, the most optimized version of DLSS, and that's stuff you can kind of play around in the background that isn't being advertised by Microsoft because it's, again, kind of third-party information. But it is what's making this simulator work like this. Bar none. Microsoft has called their simulator a sandbox because it's what the community is allowed to play in. And there are some very creative minds at work right now. Loving every minute of it. Coming right along. Doesn't get any better than this, ladies and gentlemen. This is phenomenal. The journey that Kane 5 has taken, bro. That's proof. I can't wait to go somewhere where we can do some canyon running. Come in and start doing some maneuvers low and quick. Still a little road running. Oh, couldn't make it through. The first one to bite it, of course. Lead chopper. He's directly below me. I saw his name tag. He's chasing me around. I love it. Yeah, I'm sure I just vanished for you, bro. I'm right behind you. Kane. Looping it up, brah. The stability of this simulator, once all of these steps are taking effect, is nothing short of awesome. Alright, we're going to do a little more shoreline running. I'm going to calm down hard and quick. Catch this shoreline right here, and we're just going to run the Amazon for a bit. I'm pedal to the metal right now, too. I don't know if you're going to be able to keep up with that. We are both in the same aircraft. This is an even playing field right now. Catching up. I slowed down quite a bit. Yeah, he's catching up quick. Yes, sir. That's so good to see you out here. I mean, I think this is where we were like maybe an hour ago. Checking out this schooner. Before he was even able to get like loaded into the sim. This is great. The boat hasn't moved either. Maybe these guys are just anchored down for the night, trying to catch some fish in the morning. Here's one for the screen grab as we come past the schooner. Flying in reverse. I have no idea where I'm going, if I'm on track with the river, what's in front of me. I'm just checking out my boy here. We need like 20 of us in the air, and we need to be playing like the Flight of the Valkyrie. Down to the down, down, down to the down, down. Alright, I got a pretty clean path ahead of me. I'm going to try, and I'm going to emphasize the word try, to do some real low, slow stuff here. Let's zoom that out a little bit. Let's see if I can do this without crashing. Let's try to bring this down just a bit. I'm only going to drop my altitude. I can kind of think that I'm in the middle of the river. Ish. Getting that altitude low when you're looking away from the aircraft, though, is pretty ridiculous. See if I can come down first. I'm going to try to get to the point where I can see my shadow. I can't tell if we're in a hover or not. The way the water is being pushed by the rotors seems more like a hover than forward flight. Did I slow down that much, maybe? Let's try to push some more speed into it while looking at the shadow. Not an easy way to fly, guys. I think it's that experience with drones right here coming into play. Yeah, there you go. Catching right back up. Dun 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 dun. I can see some shoreline coming up on my side here. I might just decide to turn a little bit. Switching spots. The H125 coming through. That's not just a little bit of fun, man. Welcome, welcome, Kane. Welcome. I almost want to try this, like land somewhere, take the nameplates off, or at least catch back up to one another and like take like a screen grab of it. Well, either way, this is dope AF. Maybe I should see where we're going. We need 30 people. That's great. Flying right there, my man. Loving every minute of it. I think this is the first time I've actually spent this much in time, like, in formation in a chopper in a live stream. Trying to see if I can't just kind of keep an altitude just slightly over the treetops, just in case I happen to run into any. I am certainly not watching where I'm going. I'm looking at the flight abilities of Kane right here for keeping a great pace with me. I could throw in an absolute loop and just kind of wah. Oh man, I had to. That's just way too much fun not to. How could you not? Come on. That was just fun. That's just good times right there. Ah, the joys of a delayed internet. That's fabulous. Still haven't seen a single crocodile, and frankly, I don't really care. 2 o'clock in the morning. Sunday. Wow, it would be a Monday morning at this point. We're flying with Emery's. Yep, that's happening. Caught right back up. Well played, sir. Well played. Pick up the pace a little bit. I might want to watch where I'm going for this. Get back on the Amazon. Not like we haven't been there the whole time. Canyon run. Under the treetops. Chilling. Something tells me you might have gone down once or twice in there. You came in from awfully high. You also kind of gotta wonder where we are on the planet right now. Like, I haven't checked an EFB or anything like that in a while. That is not where we are. Look at you just cruising behind me, though. See, look at that thing keeping up real nice and steady. That's a very close image of us on the planet, and all of that stuff is being cached through very quickly. What an incredible difference from where we were just a few days ago, my man. That is impressive. What's with all the aircraft? Do we go say hi? Let's see who's on board. I didn't know we had that many people. But is that where we were before? Is that where we started? For some reason, I think it is. But look at the amount of aircraft up in here now. Are they all AI? Ran out of fuel. DeWitt went in, still couldn't see. He's re-rolling some updates. Now it's throwing a fit. Like stuttery graphics fit. Alright, let's close my EFB down. It almost looks like you may have stalled back here. Yeah, your numbers are holding steady except for the distance from me to you. So I think this is again kind of like that still frame we've seen before. However, it has been an impressive first ride, my friend. And there you go. An infinite loading screen. Very interesting. However, had to force close. I also think that maybe this is just and specific to a VR. I don't know. But then again, you know, DeWitt's doing the same kind of thing. He's having just as many issues, if not more. Re-rolling cache updates, stuff like that, you know. Absolutely. It's a great feature. I can only imagine what the difference is between 2020 and 2024. I can only imagine. Yeah, I'm gonna keep flying, but I'm gonna just put it down real quick while I go grab another beverage. Take me a little break. We have been doing this stream for a couple of hours at this point. Yeah, maybe closer to like the 4-hour point. So I'm just going to go ahead and set her down right here, and I will be back in about 30 seconds. Who's timing me? How long did it take? Never really thought I would take a break live stream, and it's happened more than once. But it's all good. Avalak, be right back. Good to see you too. Okay. Let's do it. And of course, since he told me he ran out of fuel, I just used my repair and refuel key binding to add a little bit more into my aircraft, because I haven't looked at my gauges in a minute. Actually pulling off some of the most difficult flying I think I've done from that exterior view. Yeah, unfortunately, the way it is life. It's his. I don't know if it's unfortunate or not, because I you know, it's all good. It's all good. It's part of the process. And to think we started looking for crocodiles. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I don't like to take breaks, alright? So with the military background, I'm like, let's go get it. I don't really take a lot of breaks. I kind of push myself a little harder than I need to a lot of the times. I've just kind of grown accustomed to it. It's just rocks. Let's see where we are. I don't like that you lose control over the aircraft if you put your cursor on top. Like, I'm full right stick, right? But if I activate this, then you sometimes lose control of the aircraft completely when you're over the EFB. Not a fan. There's just so many spots. So I think we go up this tributary, because honestly, we were here to find crocodiles. I've had an immense amount of fun flying around right now, and I'm sure, look at who's catching up behind me. Who's there? I see him. Is that the same AI aircraft? I bet it is. Still haven't found a crocodile. Let's go up this other little tributary over here. There it is, way off in the distance. I lose control. Turn that guy off now. I'd also like to kind of rethink where I put some of these key bindings, just because of how I like to hold my controls. You can see every once in a while I kind of give a you know, pretty rash movement. I served quite a few different places, DeWitt. So I was a Army reservist for 7 years, and I did some time in Germany. Did even some time stateside at Glenview Naval Air Station, which at the time had a Army base included with it. We had a great big motor pool there, And that station has since closed. And I was based out of the O'Hare unit for a very brief moment. I mean, so brief that I was never even there. It was literally just a change of documentation. And I was a light wheel vehicle mechanic. I was a diesel mechanic. Did the overseas thing for a little bit. Of course, we used Germany as kind of a base of operations, and things kind of expanded from there, but I'll digress from that conversation. But yeah, that's a little bit of my history. Wouldn't trade it for anything. When my daughter said, "Dad, I don't want you to be in the Army anymore," that was the end of that. Frankfurt was my closest major city. See, now we're in a little bit of that back country. This is the spot where we should see some crocs. And I'm curious how they appear, if they actually go as amphibious as they are in real life. Are you going to see them go from the shore into the water? Are we talking only in the water? I'm very curious how they have these in sim. I think I've got something in the water here just off my nose. It might just be a branch. Rock, whatever that is, yep. Do you sit on the bank and wait for one? Crack a cold one while you wait? I mean, I think this is one of those things that's going to be like one of the hardest animals to find besides like the chupacabra. But I think they also have some relatively endangered species included in their list. Welcome back. Emery's is back. Even though we never left. Very cool, man. I had a little bit of fun while I was over there too, man. You know, we got to experience the Oktoberfest and explore amongst the people for the couple of weekends here and there and such. I very much enjoy Germany. They make a great Long Island iced tea. kind of waterways. So this is supposed to lead... Oh, there's so many different little fingers coming off of this tributary. Looks like a little swampy around the shoreline here. When did you serve in there? Currywurst. I do like this helicopter. The more and more I fly it, the better I honestly feel about it. She can fit into some tight places. Like Emery said, I mean, it's fast, it's maneuverable. You get things dialed in just right. You can hold a hover with just your fingertips. I mean, I'm tucked into a pretty tight little spot right here. I'm going to see if I can't make my way through to the next little stovepipe before I bring her out. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to abort. That's a no. We'll go around. Gotta know your limits. Crocodile hunting. Oh, yeah. Didn't really see anything that would have impacted their rotor right there, but apparently I was shaving things a little close in there. Let's come a little bit further out towards the main artery here. Because there's all kinds of tributaries, and this thing snakes off to a real fine point at the end. Kind of like a bottleneck. I think that might be a pretty solid hunting ground for a croc. On the search and rescue side of things, though, man, I am going to continue down that fixed wing path, no matter what, just because of the profit margins on that side of the spectrum are so much better. I'm looking forward to seeing what Emery's comes up with in his career mode now that he's got things dialed in a little bit here. Watch how that takes off. Pun intended. Very cool, DeWitt. I understand what you mean by not able to say much. I am pretty good friends with a Navy SEAL. ATPL is finished. Still smiling. Would you call this a country croc? Oh man, with this stupid humor though. Interesting, it worked before the Windows update. So I'm curious if that just needs some firmware of its own or something like that. And you've got to think that these crocodiles are going to have some pretty good camouflage, right? The detail on this planet, though. Can I get a what? Of course you can. What? Thank you, sir. Before Asobo went on vacation, the quotations around vacation, though. It's all about that right? That right there. Those quotes are everything. Vacation. It's great. Yeah, probably not making it through there. I am just still very thoroughly impressed that this stream is still going. You guys were able to get in. Graphics are looking decent. Flight characteristics are great. There's no problems. There are only solutions. We have come a long way, my man. A long way. And we'll give you 4 free aircraft. Don't forget that. We're so sorry. We're going to give you 4 free aircraft. The quality control is almost non-existent, to be frank. Right? Look at how many systems are just frankly broke that are simply redundant. The most simplest things. The key binding functionality in this simulator is some of the worst software I've ever seen. There's no cancel. You can't cancel the operation. You can only save and get out of it. That's basic. That's pathetic that there's no cancel button. No, I might be in the middle of absolutely nowhere at this point. And I don't have the H160's capabilities at this point. With the EFB, I don't know if I'll be able to pull up a code But let's set her down for a second. Let's get comfortable and see if you can get back in here. I might even be able to just restart. Right? So why don't we just meet up at the same airport? All right, was that the Sierra Whiskey Romeo November? Get that for the Verpal order. Ah, that's great. The detail on all of these rocks, the fidelity in the planet, when they said they had 4,000 times the resolution on the planet's surface, my mouth literally hung open for quite a bit. That is an achievement that everybody needs to truly recognize. That is a phenomenal achievement. That kind of fidelity on such a massive scale, petabytes on top of petabytes of information, the amount of time that has gone into all of the shadow mapping, ray tracing. The water has hills. Okay, but that's where the innovation still lies, and I'm pretty sure that right now the sandbox is able to be molded pretty easily. They've got a ridiculously complex platform underneath them right now. It's absolutely remarkable what they're achieving, and we're not far behind from exactly that. Here's a question. So in my simulator, I don't have any of the traffic, like the vehicles on the roads turned on, right? So I don't have cars driving around in the cities or literally anywhere I am. But for those of you in Sim that do use traffic, what happens at night? Is it just... I would like to see how that is. And I'm not going to put my traffic on. I hit resume instead of back to end flight. It's hilarious. But I'm curious, are there like headlights moving down these roads? How detailed did they get on that this time around? There will always be a give and take too, man. There's traffic lights. All right. Sierra Whiskey Romeo November. Or no, wait a minute. Was it S? Where is this? I think it was a different. No, yeah, we went somewhere else. We went right over here. Something like this. Sierra Bravo Mike November. That's where we were. It's all coming back to me. Sierra Bravo Mike November. If I put traffic on low, I'd be fine. Funny, I just came out of settings. Plus, I'm sure when we're, you know, if I'm not streaming, I'd be able to test some of that out, but it's just something I've never seen before. The lights will be there, but it's just the models that aren't as high quality, so it'll save your performance. Okay. Well, I mean, we're in the dark already. There's not a lot of roads around where I'm at, though. I'll try it some other time. I want to get DeWitt in here, man. I want to see DeWitt nailing it live stream style because we're working on it. DeWitt. Is it DeWitt? How do you pronounce your name? Like, do you have a phonetic way to... Is it Niels? If it's at night, I won't mind square cars. Yeah. I love it. Since I'm on the ground and I'm here. Niels, okay. Yeah, 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other. You know, it's all gravy, baby. Spread that on everything. So let's see, if we go into global rendering. Where? Road traffic, low. Remember when this used to crash my sim? Ah, the good old days. Not what I wanted to do, but okay. We'll just close that up. Can we just close that up for good, though? What? Yeah, yeah. Speaking too soon again. The night flight. We do have a city just over here, too, so we should be able to see something. I mean, it's not all woods. And here's something else that I think is this might actually even take a restart of the simulator before. Oh, nope, I see the vehicles. I see them. I thought it might take a little restart, but I got one car. And a little bit of yeah, we got some traffic out. Okay, we got some power lines in here. Very interesting. Of course, the one car that we come across is traveling next to power lines. Through power lines. He's going right through the towers. Someone's out there like, hey, you can't park here. Excuse me, sir, you can't park here. Wow, hard turn. Yeah, he's just like, I'm gonna go the other way. So are these guys on a loop now? Is he just gonna be on a track that goes back and forth? He should make a left turn. Nope. Oh, well, wait a minute. He's just lost. We got dude out here making deliveries. I see what's happening here. This is an Uber driver. Yep. That's it. He's lost. He's looking for that address. No one's got their house numbers lit up. We got one light on in the house here. Everyone's asleep. He's like, who ordered the pizza? Riding the buildings hardcore too. This guy though. Yep, that's good stuff. All right, so if we made it past that test, let's push things, man. Let's push things. Why not? That's what we're here to do, right? Let's see what DLSS can really do. All right, so there it is. I have my 4K monitors set to a 2560 by 1440 DLSS Super Res. That's set to quality at this point. I was misspoken earlier when I said performance. I have that set to quality right now. Let's go back down to our road traffic and bring it up to medium. If you spawn in over Cleveland, you'll love it. I live halfway between Cleveland and Toledo, so I fly around there and the shores off Lake Erie when I sim. All right. See, I do the same thing kind of in the Chicago area, but I never really do it with traffic because there's, I don't know if you know about Chicago traffic, but it's pretty real. The GPU I run, we'll run it one more time. Here's the specs, my man. This is my system. 2950X Ryzen Threadripper on a 2080 Ti. An old architecture. A very old architecture. Where'd who go? Oh, now he's flashing his lights at me? Wow, we got more cars here. See, and I think it becomes a level of quantity. The more you turn up that value, I don't think it really starts to do anything with graphic resolution until you get to high or ultra. Because right now, these don't look too much different. Honestly, they're still very boxy. We got some movement going on with the lights and everything, but the actual model itself is buried in the ground. Its tires are half in the dirt. It's parking for the night, bringing some groceries in. But it's still just a box. And it's just that other part of the simulator, especially when you're running career mode, that you just really don't need. Let's go one step further. I'm totally ignoring all of ATC if you haven't recognized that yet. So let's go back into the settings. Let's go one more setting up. Road traffic. Screw it. Let's go for the big game. Let's go ultra. Not a lot of traffic happening in this part of the country this time of day. Back to the same car. Still making the same pattern. Disappears completely. Gone. Back. Okay, so now we got some green, white headlights flashing. Let's see what happens when I get closer to it, though. A little bit more rounded edges. Can't tell if it's the exact same car or not. Lights come off completely. Hey. Oh, I'm parked behind it. My depth perception right now isn't necessarily real. As you can see that it's actually reacting to my proximity as well. When I get right over the top of the car, the lights are going to come off. Right? It's a proximity thing. That's where everything in the game is kind of based, right? This is all about proximity. So the human interaction that they're using right now is proximity. Error accessing live traffic data. Yes, I have seen that before, and that is a internet bandwidth issue. Most often, it will wind up clearing itself up, at least for me, with inside 30 seconds, which shouldn't interrupt any of your gameplay. It may take a little bit of a skip and a hiccup, but as long as it stays within a 30-second interruption, there shouldn't be an issue. See, we're getting a little bit more traffic. We got two cars going in different directions now, but again, we're not in the most populated area in the world. It's actually following the road rather well. It did take a little turn right there, and it's staying on the path. It knows what a road is for the most part. There's two cars in the way here. Something else that I find really hysterical about this is even though we have the lights over the highway, you know, like the traffic lights themselves, I can come and fly under them, through them, the whole 9 yards. These are not objects that you're going to interact with. So you can still get low and slow in these urban areas and not worry about crashing into the lights. The amount of data that would take to spawn a pole that has crash physics for every light on the planet, there's probably not even a term for the amount of data that would take. Petabytes probably is an understatement for that kind of data. Which dynamic setting are you referring to? So right here, that dynamic setting, frame rate target, yes. Watch what happens when we turn it off. Almost no difference. All the characteristics and performances are kind of the same. And now you see a ridiculous amount of motion blur on the car, right? Like it has a duplicate of itself as it streams through the view, unless I kind of keep up with it. All right, it's the motion blur at this point when I turn that off starts to get a little bit much. I'm sure the VR is very different, right? Think about the motherboard and everything that's actually in that piece of equipment on top of your graphics card, right? So you have more assets processing the data than I do. It's not a ridiculous result. Let's see if I do a quick frame rate check. I haven't done this in a long time. Not impressive. 20 FPS. All right, that's awful. I don't know about impressive. 20 FPS is pretty stupid. But okay, so now let's go back into the menu here real quick. Settings. And turn the dynamic back on. And I'll come back in and I'll actually fly for a little bit before I double check frame rates. Just so everything kind of settles. Let the values come back in. We'll come up to a car and see the difference again with the motion blur. You can see everything kind of stutter as it readjusts to those settings. And the best thing to do if you are going to be testing your system between these different things is to exit the flight you're in and come back in, or just all the way down to a fresh start of the simulator. Interesting. You also run dynamic. Do you have that same Like ghosting behind cars between the two settings. Here we go. There's another car right here. See, now that motion blur just isn't there. It's a completely different appearance. It's much smoother. I've heard people get results both ways, either to use it or not use it. But the way I'm using it is in a way that I know my graphics card can produce. I'm not over throttling the expectation, right? I'm not trying to say, hey, 2080 Ti, give me 90 frames per second now, or even 60, right? I have something reasonable that I know this graphics card is capable of achieving. Interesting, yeah, but again, you're talking about a completely different set of hardware processing that data. When you're in VR, your glasses are also sharing that data. Oh, under the bridge at night. Shh, don't try this at home. Or maybe try it at home. Who cares? It's a simulator. Very interesting comparisons in the different settings and the different hardware and the different results that we're each getting. But I mean, for my settings, my card, the way I have this thing set up right now, I mean, the optimization is absolutely an incredible result. It's better than my expectations actually were. Because I know that the architecture of this graphics card are very old. I was not expecting this out of it. But as soon as I came across Airbus Man and his little trick, it was game on. But again, that's for my own specific set of hardware. Here we are right back. We got all of the same ships still here. The ATX is still out in the back. Jorge Amato is still here. This has been nothing but an absolute success. I could not be happier. Just the flight characteristics, the smoothness of the simulator, the fact that Avilock Emery's was able to get in here, it's been great. Likewise, my man. And we are going to do this again, like I said, okay? You're going to be featured in a thumbnail in the very near future. I hope you are there. I will try to schedule some of these live streams a little bit more than I do, because I tend to just kind of pop in, pop out. But I'm not, hey, join if you got the time, join in. You know what I mean? I don't want to kind of force everybody in to be like, hey, I'm only flying at this time. Nah. We all have our own schedules. If you can be here, you can be here. If not, wish you could have been. But I truly appreciate you guys coming along for the ride. It's absolutely fantastic, making sure we got the community coming together. Results are being seen firsthand, recorded live for the dev team to see, for all the third-party developers to see, for all of those simmers that are putting in the work, like Airbus Man and Island Sim Pilot, all of us. It's such a great thing to be a part of, man. Super, super cool flight. This has got to be one of my longest streams of all time. I don't even know what the runtime is at this point. It's been a minute. I'm currently sitting at 5 minutes to 3 in the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, at that time of day, we generally turn out the lights. And that is what I'm going to do for today's stream. Again, it has been a blast. It has been a ball. That's it. That's all. It started out as a Madagascar free flight, and it wound up somewhere completely different multiple times. It's been a blast. Phil, Had us going looking for polar bears. We got live online with Emery's. Finally. It's been absolutely fantastic. We are going to do this again soon. I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for the compliment. 5.5 hours. What? Records are being achieved. I love it. Success, success, success. These people can continually take money out of my stream as much as they want. Okay, not out of my stream. But we've seen our profits plummet. Boom. I don't care. I don't. It's all good. It's been a blast. It's been a ball. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's all. I'm going to see you in the next one sooner than later. Be well.